Welcome back to the Fanspeak Network, Talking Ball with Steve Speak. I'm not Steve Speak. I'm, of course, his sister, Meg, but I'm excited to join him today because today it's the end of best ball season meets the start of the regular NFL season and our regular NFL DGen content for in-season because we've got a lot coming your way. So, Steve, I'll let you take over now and say hi, but how are you doing? And then I can't wait to kind of best ball meets this. And so as one wonderful thing ends, which I'm going to miss, but now I'm excited to sweat my best ball lineups, another beautiful thing begins. And that is, obviously week one and the start of the NFL season, we get to sweat our best ball lineups. And now we get to have weekly sweats in DFS and betting.
Yeah, no, it's been a long off season with a ton of drafts. So many drafts, but yeah, we are here. The first game is Thursday, just a couple days away. Of course, another game on Friday, and then a full slate on Sunday and Monday. So I'm excited. I'm ready, and yeah, we will do some best ball drafts later. But we're gonna start by going over what you want to go over with, then we'll do some DFS, and then do a couple like battle royales, and then we'll get into some more best ball drafts.
Absolutely. So yeah, I say the start of the end of best ball season meets the start of our DGen season of DFS and battle royales and sport NFL betting. We're going to start with that, and then you'll go into ending your drafts. Let me hit the chat really quick. Streaming 7 p.m. to midnight. Steve, Mike's just trying to put it out there for you. I don't know about midnight, Mike, but he's trying to put it out there. Paul's also trying to put this out there. Good to see you, Mike. Good to see you, Paul. Are we sprinting to the finish line?
Yeah, we can definitely do a sprint later.
All right. I like it. Disbanded, got the dot. Good to see you, Disbanded. We got our guy, Stephen WC. Always good to see you, GM, everyone. Absolutely. This is perfect. Hit that like if you're ready for some football. Absolutely. Best ball on call. I am so ready. You know me, Steve. The Super Bowl ends and I'm like so sad. And then I get right into best ball season. But now I'm like, let's start the games. I can't wait to see how our takes, if our takes are right and sweat out our best ball lineups. But I can't wait to have now weekly sweats as well. So before we get into that, speaking of sprint, like you had a heartbreaker in baseball. I know, I don't know if I should talk about this, but does that make you want to do more sprint? Because tell the people what happened. I mean,
yeah. So, and if you are in baseball or just want to follow along, a couple guys, I can't remember everyone who did it, but they created the site Sweating Dingers. It's very much like a BBMD, and you could track along and track everything, and you could track the playoffs. And in these semifinals, there are 3,100 teams, 33,100 teams, because I believe they're 10-man pods. And I had the 64th highest scoring team in the semifinals and did not make the finals. 310 people did. So I was like top quarter of teams just about, and did not make the finals. So that goes to show, and I can't remember exactly, and I'm sure I could look up like how good this team was week one, but I would have been very live for a pretty decent prize in the sprint format. I mean, obviously did good enough week one because I did advance. So it was pretty good. And whether there was some pod luck involved in there or not, but so it just goes to show like I think there is a place for the sprint format, because, it's these kind of things where the pod luck, and these are 1 of 10s. These aren't as crazy as like the BBMs, the 1 of 16. So yeah, I don't know. It does remind you why Underdog created the sprint.
Oh, I had myself on mute. I was just going to ask what it was. So 1 of 10s. That's not even the 1 of 13, 1 of 16. So as we, are finalizing our best ball season and you see sprint overlay, it does kind of make you want to do a little more of that. Because wow, that story is brutal. Got Dirty P in here. I was interacting with him on Substack today. Good to see you, Dirty P. The hit and mistakes are always fun. Why is Meg always making Steve relive his losses? Yeah. I'm sorry. I was more trying to make a point that the sprint, that's why, the sprint might be fun. I was just trying to sell up the sprint, I guess. I don't know, maybe for myself, for Steve, for any of our viewers, but no, good to see you, Mike. Good to see our guy Hartman, GM. Okay, Steve, but again, Steve will be drafting more best ball to conclude the best ball portion of the season. But again, this channel does not And as best ball season ends, it only keeps firing up with all the NFL in-season content. So I'm going to put up a graphic now that shows all the amazing in-season content we have coming starting tomorrow, literally starting tomorrow. Here it is, the Fanspeak Network Fall in-season schedule. So every Monday, we're going to have the DGen Power Hours, and that's Steve and I, and we are going to cover a little bit of everything. We're going to cover DFS early look, Battle Royale early look, Monday Night Football props, and parlays. And then that will be the same thing on Thursdays, by the way. DGen Power Hours will do the same thing, except we'll have a deeper dive on Battle Royale, maybe do some drafts, DFS, a deeper dive, maybe look at the different slates, early only, afternoon only. Steve and I have had success on that. I talked about how Steve took down a whole big 1 p.m. only or early only slate. So again, DFS, Battle Royale drafts, and then Thursday night props and parlays. Then every Tuesday at 7 p.m., NFL betting card with Spread and Tyler. That's going to be previewing each game, the sides, the totals, where to look there. They have a lot of experience in the sides and totals markets, so they will cover you there. Steve might be doing a data show at some point on Tuesdays or every other Tuesday with Who Hames, TBD on that. Wednesday, you've got our guys, Andrew and Justin, 9:30 p.m., Battle Royale Live, Battle Royale targets, player targets, teams to target, and of course, Battle Royale live drafts. Then we already covered the DGen Power Hours that we'll do for Thursday, kind of very similar, mirroring Monday, just more in depth on the DFS Battle Royale side, and then the same thing Thursday night props and parlays. Friday, you've got a full-blown prop party. This is where all the props are up, and we have time to dive through and find our favorite alts, our favorite anytime touchdowns, and then in our favorite parlays and go through some of them. And then 9:30 p.m. DGen Dads. It's going to be a little bit of everything. It's going to be a little bit of Spread and Tyler show, meet and prop party all in one. DGen Dads. That's Andrew. That's Justin. They're going to cover you on all Sunday bets from sides, totals, props, parlays, everything that they are interested in there. And then Saturday, we will upload a show for only Substack only subs, eyes only, of the DFS best plays from Steve and I. So as you can see, very, very, very in-depth every single day on the channel, except Sunday, which is game day. There will be something every single day on the channel, and Monday through Friday, of course, for free, and then Saturday for our Substack only. Steve, any thoughts on our schedule before I get to our Substack schedule, which I'm very excited about as well?
Yeah, no, just really excited. We've been talking about a couple weeks now, and we're ready to go.
If you guys have any, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead. Finish. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, just really looking forward to it.
Yes, and if you guys have any feedback to what you like within these shows, or if there's something you want us to add to the DGen Power Hours, or add to the Battle Royale, or add to any of these shows, give us your thoughts. We're always looking for feedback to make our product on the channel as best as we possibly can. So this is obviously for Fanspeak Network here on the channel. I've been previewing it for the past couple of weeks as best ball season ends, which again, stay tuned. Steve will be doing best ball drafts here probably in an hour after we do a DFS early look and a Battle Royale early look. He'll be doing some final best ball drafts on the channel. And oh, by the way, when Best Ball Resurrection comes back, there will still be some more best ball drafts on the channel. So, but yeah, Steve will still be doing some best ball drafts here on the channel in about an hour after we do our DFS and Battle Royale early look. Okay, so this is the Fanspeak Network, the YouTube fall schedule. Now we've got our Substack schedule. If you're a Substack subscriber, if you're not, it's just $34.99. Link is in the description. That's $34.99 for the entire year, by the way, not a month, a year. I know it's not like we're doing like all these data projections, which is something Steve wants to do next season, but there's no way you're going to get this amount of content, $34.99 for an entire year, because we've covered all best ball season, all the rankings, all the articles. And now we're going to have, obviously a weekly show for our Substack folks, a DFS show. This is going to be for Substack subs only. And then our Substack will get all this every single day of the week. So on Monday, on Thursday, on Sunday, you'll get our Monday night, our island games, Monday night, Thursday night, Sunday night, favorite props and parlays. On Tuesday, you'll get the Battle Royale rankings. On Wednesday, you'll get a DFS survey. which is kind of just Steve and I going back and forth, like some of our favorite things. And then Friday, I covered Monday, Thursday, Sunday night for the Island games. On Friday, the DFS best plays. That's a big one. Is going to kind of go hand in hand with the show that we upload on Saturday for subs only. And then Saturday is it's going to be a big, long one. The best bets, the favorite props, the favorite parlays for the Sunday slate. So this is really, really, really in depth. And again, you're paying $34.99 for the year. So whenever you get it, you'll have it for all of best ball season, all of in season, because we obviously have covered best ball very thoroughly, and we're excited about all our best ball, our subs. We all have some week 17 sweats together, but now it's time to make money together each week. And no, not every week is going to be profitable and exciting, but based on, our results in the past, I guarantee that we're going to have a lot of fun sweats together, and hopefully we have a very profitable season. Steve, what do you think about, what all we're offering on the Substack too?
Yeah, no, we've been talking about it the last couple of weeks, and I'm just really excited for this plan to come together, because I do think we're going to offer a lot for every type of format, whether you're doing, the Underdog dailies, the, DFS betting, and whether it's betting sides, totals, props, there's going to be different things there. Also, not just DFS, there'll be some showdown content, some main slate, some, early and afternoon only. So just kind of getting stuff out there for everything, because, like you said, we want to cover it all, and we've had varied success in all the formats. So we really want to go all in this year, and just put it all out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And you talked about, you and I have obviously had success in basketball. We've had success in NFL betting. We've had success a little bit in Battle Royale, definitely had a ton of success in DFS. So we have had success in all, and now we want to enjoy that with you guys. So again, link in the description, $34.99 for the entire year to get access to all this content. And again, some of you might be DFS only in season. Some of you might be Battle Royale only in season. Some of you might be NFL betting and only during the season. Or as Mike Robb said, some of you might be all of the above. And because we put the polls up in the YouTube that shows the last couple of days, some of you might be all. And so this really is going to be awesome for you. So some of the articles, if you're not into all of it, you might ignore. Some you might be all in on, and some you might, you might just love every single article available. So again, for $34.99 an entire year, it's a lot. That is we're having fun with it, and we hope you guys enjoy it as well. So again, link in the description. All right, Steve, let's fire up the DraftKings early look here. I'll bring over DraftKings. Let me get over to the classic. And by the way, I assume you're still catching up on your slows right now?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. How's that going while I'm pulling this over?
It's going better, though. DraftKings is now down to an hour, so it's just another piece of the puzzle.
Yeah.
But my Underdog is probably under 60 now. So nice.
Well, that's getting better. That's getting more manageable. Let me get to the chat real quick. Mike Robb says, "My God, you guys are going to kill it." We are. So hopefully, you guys are subbed and can join us. I know you are, Mike. Disbanded. I bet on everything, even darts. Perfect. We don't cover darts, but everything that you bet on NFL, we'll have it covered. So you can interact with us there here on the channel in Substack. Love to see it. All right, Steve. Week 1 DFS. Let me make the screen a little bit larger, just so we can really look at some prices here. So as far as quarterbacks go, obviously, it's soft pricing overall for the DFS slate. But, as far as even with that said, the soft pricing, as far as the quarterbacks go, I'm actually looking to pay down. There's so many pay down options at the quarterback position. While you could definitely make a case for Jaden Daniels, Burrow, Mayfield, all the ones at the top for various reasons, I'm most likely going to pay down. But where are your favorite targets? And again, this is just an early look. As we mentioned on the show, the deeper look will be on Fridays. On Fridays when we do a DFS show, or excuse me, on Thursdays, we'll do a deeper look. And then on Fridays, which we'll upload on Saturday morning for subs only, it'll be much deeper into kind of our best plays and targets. So.
Yeah, I mean, Jaden and Burrow are interesting because they're the two elites that are on this slate. Most, the three other big elites are off. But I do generally agree. I mean, and Mayfield just has a great matchup. But I generally agree Payne down makes the most sense. Just because I don't think a lot of quarterbacks were, necessarily accurately priced. I think guys like Trevor Lawrence, I think guys like Drake May are some of the most interesting. I think Bryce Young. I will say I'm a little, like when this first came out a month ago, I was a bit more in on Bryce Young, but of course since then they traded away Thielen, and Coker is now missing the game. So I'm a little not totally off Bryce Young, but I'm lower on Bryce Young than I was say a month ago. But Lawrence and May are probably my two like lower favorites with and I think you can also mix in some Joe Flacco against that terrible Bengals secondary as well.
Yeah, and by the way, we'll get to Rough Buff Fire. Good to see you. Steve will be doing best ball drafts to conclude best ball season here, probably at the top of the hour around 8:00. He will be doing that. We're doing kind of what we're doing a lot of every Monday, early look at DFS, early look at Battle Royale. But he will be doing that. Sprint or marathon, if you just had to do one, what would you do?
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably say the marathon just because any amount of overlay helps you, like it helps in any format, but it helps the most in marathon because not only does it gives you better odds to get to the money like it would in any format, but you also have better odds to get a top placing team.
Yeah, no, I like that call. But yeah, with overlay in both, I mean, and Steve's story that Mike Robb was making fun of me bringing up again for the baseball sweat. I mean, it is nice to not have to deal with that pod luck. And, so I think both sprint and marathon are fun formats for sure. Mike Robb said, already got a sneak peek. Each lineup has Scatterboo and Lockett. I promise that's not the case for week one. But I like it. So yeah, my favorite targets are the cheapest targets or are some of the cheaper targets. And that's, as you mentioned, Drake May, against the Raiders, or Trevor Lawrence, who you just mentioned, against the Panthers, and then Daniel Jones against that horrible Miami defense. Now, I don't know, maybe for like early only, and again, we'll talk about this more on Thursday, will I do like a whole Colts onslaught? Because I'll probably in non-Daniel Jones lineup have a lot of Jonathan Taylor. And maybe in some early only, I do some Colts onslaught because that Miami defense looks to be so bad. But, people are still grossed out by Daniel Jones. And, obviously, it'll be interesting, by Thursday and certainly by our sub-only show, we'll have more details on the ownership. But that secondary is just one to target. And there's so many cheap options that if he comes in lower owned, those are my three biggest targets: May, Lawrence, Daniel Jones. And at 5,100, 5,300, 5,500 respectively, it gives me a lot of room to, do a lot of other, I'm leaning towards the stars and scrubs type build, even though these guys are by certainly not scrubs. So, all right, running back position. I like the pay up options. Who are your favorite running back targets this week?
Yeah, I mean, for me, McCaffrey and Jonathan Taylor are my top two running backs on the week. Seattle's defense could be a bit of a mixed bag, but McCaffrey sounds like he's healthy. His backup running back just got in the building, a week ago, 10 days ago. And Garendo's not fully seem to have the coach's trust right now. And then all the receivers are hurt, not named Ricky Pearsall. So I just think they could lean on him. It's a divisional game, so it's really important to get off to win, so I just could see them lean on him both in the passing game and of course his rushing. And then Jonathan Taylor, like you said, Miami's defense is just a mess. As I've written about and talked about before, Jonathan Taylor might actually low-key benefit the most from Daniel Jones. All the things that Anthony Richardson actually did well actually hurt Jonathan Taylor. 70-yard touchdowns hurt your running back. And also stealing rushing touchdowns in the red zone. Daniel Jones can do that a little bit, but not near as much as JT. Also, Anthony Richardson didn't, not only allow 3 and outs, but he also didn't throw the ball to the running back. When JT was RB1 a couple years ago, he had 40 catches. Maybe he could get up to that again. So I just love a situation where they're probably going to be ahead insulting away
Yeah.
lead. Like you said, I wouldn't do it in a Daniel Jones lineup. But
unless
I
maybe
think,
early only you want to do like a,
yeah,
onslaughts can be fun in like
maybe.
an early only or something like that. Yeah. But I'm lockstep with you. JT, McCaffrey are my two favorites. And then Bucky would be the other one I'd throw out that I'm interested as like a pay up option. Any mid price or pay down options that again, this is just an early look, obviously.
Can you scroll down a little bit?
Yeah. Yes.
So I will point to Alvin Kamara. The Cardinals added a lot on defense, supposedly, but we don't know actually how good it will be. Alvin Kamara's usage last year was insane, and now he has just a check down Charlie and Spencer Rattler starting at quarterback. This is full PPR. He led running backs in targets last year, missing the final 3.5 games. And also let's keep in mind, there's no Taysom Hill, there's no Foster Moreau. The backup running back is Kendra Miller, who hasn't exactly shown himself to be a great backup. So I think he's kind of underpriced. I mean, this guy finished sixth in points per game last year, 10th overall or 11th overall, and that's with missing 3.5 games. So I just think we have a situation against probably a bad defense where he could just get peppered. They're at home in a dome, or at least a questionable defense. I mean, I could see the Cards defense being a little better this year, but it was hardly a world beater last year.
Any other mid-price pay down options? Obviously, going in to the when these not when these prices were released, because that was a while ago, but obviously like a couple of weeks ago when the JCM steam got really insane, I thought, oh God, he's going to be like 60% owned. But now it really seems like that's going to be a backfilled by a committee to start the season. And obviously, like you said, the Giants are no easy matchup. So
So others that I point to, and it is a split backfield. I think you have to make your call. I'll probably lean on the ETN side, but ETN or Bigsby, it probably is going to be those two backs, especially week one, maybe Tootin later in the year. But the Panthers might have the worst rushing defense in the league.
Yeah.
At least they did last year. And, ETN, again, on a full point PPR site, we saw it 2 years ago. He was a top 6 running back a lot because of his passing work. That could be the same case again. And of course, we know what Liam Cohen did with both Rashard White and Bucky Irving, and they're both priced down, so they're cheap. It's not like you're paying even a moderate price for them. $5,400 for ETN. I forget what Bigsby is off the top of my head. Maybe $5,100.
Sorry. Let me find Bigsby.
Actually, I think it's lower, maybe 48.
Okay. For some reason, my thing was frozen.
46.
Computer's awesome. Yes, 46. So that's actually kind of intriguing. I mean, I think also we'll know by Thursday some more like leans on ownership.
Yeah. So this one, like if they end up being chalk, I probably won't go there. But I think they're fair bets. It's also something for like bigger field. Like I wouldn't do this in super small tournaments or cash games because there's some fragility there. But I think the matchup, and people just don't like ETN. So I don't think he's going to be highly owned. I will, there are two other guys that I will say. One pay up that I'll sprinkle in a little bit is Ashton Genty. I know the Patriots did a lot to improve their defense this year, but I also think Genty is the real deal.
Yeah.
And they're going to give him every opportunity to show that week one. I don't mind, we talked about Drake May. I don't mind, honestly, I'd probably lean more Stevenson than Henderson because I think early on Stevenson could get more carries, probably more red zone work. In camp, they actually split targets. Now, some of that is over the course of the year. I'm sure Hendo will be above him in that regard, but Raiders don't have the best defense. They cut their defense tackle Christian Wilkins, and outside of Max Crosby, they don't have a lot there. So again, I wouldn't do it on a Drake May team, but I think they're fine option.
Any other running back options before we go to receiver? Again, this is just an early look. We will be really going through kind of our favorite plays Thursday. And
one also pivot because I still imagine JCM will be higher owned than him is Austin Eckler. I don't think he's got a super ceiling. So in like something like the Millie, I wouldn't do, but in a midfield tournament, I think he's got outs to get 15 to 20 points at 4,800. So that's four times value potentially. He was the number one back in terms of I think maybe both yards per target and yards per catch last year. And he's going up against the Giants defense that is stout against the run, but a little bit more susceptible with their, linebackers. And, Terry McLaurin coming back, maybe not 100%. I could just see him getting peppered with some targets. Sure, the early down goal line work might be split between Rodriguez and JCM, but I could see Eckler having a decent workload.
If Chris Rodriguez came in low owned, would you have any interest at mint price? Because it does sound like it's going to be committee, and it sounds like he might have the early down work.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting. I just think the Giants' defensive line will probably end up being too good, but I'd have to see that he's projected to be super low owned.
Yeah. And again, we will find out that Thursday. So let's go on to wide receiver, because this is just an early look. Dirty P agrees, spend up at wide receiver. And then he mentioned, and we'll get to this in a minute, Cedric Tillman go Burr with Flacco and versus the Bengals, 20% of that guy pay down, sneaky stack. Flacco, I mean, honestly, the old guys, if you want to go to like Rodgers' revenge game, Russ against Washington, Flacco against the Bengals, poor defense. These old guys have some sneaky matchups, and they're all cheap too, especially Flacco as well. So agree there. Mike Rob likes our new little, I just added this. It's a StreamYard feature. Just added that. Just to remind people, hit that like button as you're coming in. Subscribe to the Fanspeak Network if you haven't already. As you can see, Mike Rob agrees that this content is amazing. We rock. Thank you. We appreciate that. And again, this is the kind of content you're going to get all season long. By the way, if you're coming in, Steve will still be drafting around 8:00 or slightly after his last best ball drafts. Not for him, he'll be drafting up till Thursday, but his last best ball drafts here on the channel for the 2025 best ball season. I was talking about Rodgers' revenge game. It's also Fields' revenge game. That is true, Mike. That is true. Good point. I don't know. There was a weird, some crazy story about the Wilkins cut. I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyways, wide receiver, Steve, early look. What are you thinking?
So this is the other reason to pay down a quarterback is there's a lot of good receivers at the top. There's some lower tier ones that are fun, like Tillman, and that's absolutely in play. But Chase and Higgins, if you want access to Burrow, I would just do it through that way. Just pick one of them, likely Chase, especially as like a bring back for like Flacco. I'd much rather address that game that way. But other, Neighbors against us. Neighbors it was his week 2 game last year against us. He absolutely dominated for 35 points. I could see that again. Yeah. Brian Thomas Jr. against Carolina. That's another fantastic matchup. And Hunter, they're probably gonna slowly ramp him up, so he could just get a massive workload in this game. I think you could look at both sides of the Tampa-Atlanta game and Mike Evans and Drake London. You have Darnell Mooney, who might play this week, but London could just get peppered with targets. And then Mike Evans, I mean, we know there's no Cade Otton. We know there's no Chris Godwin. I know Mbuka's fun, but why not Mike Evans, the guy who's actually done it? And look at what he did against Atlanta last year. Had some smash games. So, so I like those guys up top. I think if you scroll down a bit, I go down a little further. I like Deebo Samuel. Again, Terry McLaurin is not probably going to be 100%. Giants secondary is their weakness. So I do think, he's been working with Jaden all year or all off season, unlike Terry. So I could see Deebo, and we saw in 4 offensive snaps in the preseason, he got 1 carry. I'm going to guess that's going to be part of their workload this year for him. So that's like a mid low tier guy. There are cheap pieces. Both Browns receivers, Judy and Tillman, are reasonably priced. I think you can look at other, some other players like Mbuka, but I just think his ownership is probably going to be a little too high. 4,600 for him is a very good
he's
price.
going to be
So,
he's got to be absolutely
so
shocked. But that'll be the stuff we'll talk about. This is just early look. That'll be the stuff we'll talk about when we have more ownership updates Thursday and Saturday for sure.
Yeah.
But obviously 49ers are depleted. Tampa's depleted. Even Atlanta. Those are obviously teams to target for sure.
Ricky Pearsall is one of my absolute favorites.
Which he's going to be chalked up to at 4,500. But again, and I said this on the CBS show this week, you don't have to avoid all chalk. You don't have to do all contrarian plays. You just have to find that right balance of, like my first DFS win, I was angry at Washington and I jammed, it was 2014 and I jammed in like these cheap Rams pieces. And I think some of them were super low owned. And then because they were playing Washington. And then I pretty much played like a stars and scrubs and then had some chalky pieces. But it's like I had the right mix of chalk and contrarian. You don't have to totally avoid chalk. You don't have to be all contrarian. You just have to find that right balance. So we'll talk about that more in more in-depth shows on Thursday and Saturday. But I mean, Mbuka and Pearsall are chalk plays that I definitely still might be interested in just because of the usage and stuff. So there's definitely some other lower, your guy, Adam Thielen. I mean, could he be interesting?
No, Thielen.
Right now he says out.
Yeah, I don't know why it has the out tag.
And especially because he's a little more expensive than Pearsall and Mbuka, he could be lower owned actually.
Oh, I actually imagine he will, especially if he retains that out tag longer than, because some people set their lineups early and just don't change them,
Yeah. Good to see you, Saul. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate you. Have a good night. So any other, this is just an early look. I mean, like you said, I like a lot of those high price receivers as well.
Another mid-tier one that I forgot was Stephon Diggs, especially for May stacks. I think it sounds like he's healthy. There's been no real question that he'll play. I know there are a few cryptic reports, but truly, I think he's playing.
Well, and if that brings down ownership, that could be interesting too. I mean, I also don't mind stacking May with Pop Douglas or Hunter Henry, but obviously if you feel like Diggs starts hot, then, if he's coming in lower ownership because people are worried about that, that's interesting too. Again, we'll have a better picture on that Thursday and for the Saturday show. But I mean, I think that, obviously the Colts receivers, against Miami, we talked about that. Pittman or Downs, obviously Miami is just defense stinks, absolutely stinks. Any other just early look stuff?
One other that stands out to me is Matthew Golden. Jaden Reed doesn't sound good. Wicks is banged up. So I think they're going to have to throw the rookie into the deep end. And the Lions, we know those games can get very spicy, very fast. Particularly if Micah Parsons is not playing, it's not 100% he's going to play. Yeah. So the Lions could put up some decent points, and that could be a shooter. I mean, sometimes those games turn into slogfest, but other times we've seen big scores from those games. And Detroit's defense, I know they're getting some guys back, but I still think they're a questionable unit.
Wait, what does Mike mean that he isn't available anymore? He doesn't play a game on the slate. Vikings are playing. He's a full go that week, isn't he?
Oh wait, are the Vikings the Monday night game?
Oh, that's why. Okay, I thought I'm so used to Mike joking around, and I'm like, that answers the question. He was put in the player queue, but he plays on the night slate. And
I was like, that's right. Yeah, Vikings are not in the slate.
Yeah, it still marks them.
No Justin Jefferson.
Yeah. Okay, good call, Mike. We messed that one up. Big time, huge, good call. But these are the things that we'll iron out by Thursday and Saturday. And that's why we're going to have content all week long. Let's hit early look at tight ends, and then we will jump to Battle Royale because that's how this is going to be each week. Again, I'll just take a quick look at our schedule again. Every single week on Mondays, we're going to do an early look DFS an early look Battle Royale. And then we'll, for 17 more Mondays moving forward, not today, but we will then go into the Monday night props and parlays. And then we'll do the same thing on Thursday, except a deeper look at Battle Royale and DFS. So again, we have a lot of amazing stuff coming to you here on the channel and on our Substack. $34.99 for the entire year. Link is in the description. You're going to get content from us every single day for DFS, for Battle Royale, and for bets, NFL bets, all here on the Fanspeak Substack. $34.99 for the entire year. You've got it for best ball. Now you have it in season. Pretty amazing, in my opinion. So let me bring this up. I could put our little like and subscribe thing back on, just messing around with that. Yeah, thank you, Mike. It's the season. More serious Mike than joking Mike. Oh, money's finally on the line. We got a more serious Mike. I like this. Listen, look at this. Thank you. I mean, thank you for helping your family out here. Our Fanspeak family helping us out with Mike's call. Yeah, that is this Monday game, I believe, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, early look. And Mike, to answer your question, I didn't mean to miss DK username. I started this in 2013. My first dog's name was Gibbs. His birthday was the 9th, so it's Gibbs09 is my DFS name. And we're just I've rolled with it ever since. So my first sweet boxer was named Gibbs, and that's what the name is there. Okay, Steve, let's go to tight ends. Obviously, you've got the higher price guys in Bowers, McBride, Kittle, obviously, and it can have incredible usage with the depleted, wide receivers. It's just really going to be Kittle, Pearsall, and McCaffrey. Laporta and Njoku at the top. Tyler Warren is kind of interesting, but I'm looking at pay down options here too. I'm looking to pay down a quarterback, tight end, defense, maybe one spot so I can pay up at running back and a few receiver spots. What are you thinking at tight end?
Yeah, generally I'm going to pay down at tight end, but I will say I do like McBride and Kittle quite a bit. And Njoku, that's not an expensive price, $4,700. So,
right.
But there are just some great lower values. I think to me the best one now is probably Jatavian Sanders with Thielen getting traded and Coker being hurt. Jatavian Sanders could just have a big role on the team. And he is, did you pass him?
He's like 29.
Yeah, he's 29. Yeah. So, that will probably end up fairly chalky. Others that I like down here, guys like Hunter Henry, who's a little bit more expensive. I think Mason Taylor as a rookie, 3,100 is very interesting. Pittsburgh's defense is good. I feel like Brenton Strange, I feel was lower priced with this offense in that matchup. So those are some of my favorite ones, but I think you can make a case for a lot of cheaper tight ends, which is why I don't know if too many will get overly owned.
What about like the Pat Freiermuth? I think this is where, you won that early only was like a 3% owned Pat Freiermuth. I feel like everybody's just, grossed out by the Steelers offense and he could be a low owned piece and think that it's just going to be Jonnu or something who's, 4,200.
Yeah, no, I like Freiermuth more than Jonnu for sure. It is just such a tough matchup. That game's most likely to be like 17-13.
Right. Yeah, but there are a lot of pay down options under 3,500, like you said.
Yeah.
Strange, Freiermuth, Mason Taylor,
and
then
Theo.
Is there an update? I heard you talking about an injury or something.
I haven't seen anything yet. But the good news with DFS is we
will know. Yeah.
Someday.
And then I'll be interested if the ownership isn't too out of hand, or maybe like you said, it's just the chalk that it's fine to eat for Jatavian Sanders. So I like that a lot, Steve. All right, this is what we're going to do every Monday, an early look, and then we'll switch over the Battle Royale streets, and then we'll switch over the NFL betting streets. So Steve, why don't you bring over Underdog for first Battle Royale, and then we will go and then Steve, instead of going into Monday Night Football bets, which will have the future 17 weeks, Steve will go back into the best ball streets one more time for you guys. So you can bring over, yes, the underdog streets. We'll do essentially all these plays we're looking at, unless you wanted to bring up the like rankings first. All these plays we just mentioned are plays that we're probably going to be targeting here in the Battle Royale streets, right, Steve?
Yeah. I mean, not some of the super cheap ones. Obviously, we don't need to go that deep.
You could do the scroll the F down, as the Badge Bros say. You know,
you can, but you don't need to scroll that far down.
I mean, maybe just Javian Sanders is what you need.
That one is more viable for sure.
Yeah.
All right, we will enter a battle royale. These are impossible to get people in with us,
right?
But we will enter in 5 seconds. Entering in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done a couple Wildcats. It's my first actual battle royale.
Is Wildcats the bigger one, like the 12?
Wildcats the $3 one.
Oh, gotcha. Okay,
we got Mike in here.
Oh, nice. All right, good to see Mike in here with us. Let's go. And this isn't, a pod thing. We're all just trying to make some money, print some money here. We got Thad in here. Hashtag QBs matter. Absolutely. Good to see you, Thad. Appreciate you on this Monday, Labor Day. Happy Labor Day to all. Hopefully everybody's having a safe and fun Labor Day. As you can see, it's labor over here for the Fanspeak team. We're working. We're trying to bring out the best content we possibly can here on the Fanspeak network and our Fanspeak Substack, because as best ball season ends, DFS, Battle Royale, and NFL betting begins. So, Steve, at the 3 spot, I mean, McCaffrey's going to be gone. Where do you want to go?
I mean, no guarantee that McCaffrey's gone, but
he usually, I've only done like 2, but
yeah, I probably would just go Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, I like that. All right. Is that Mike at the 2 spot?
Yeah.
All right. So Mike goes McCaffrey. We go JT. I like it. No, nobody else in this one, right?
Not that I recognize.
Okay. Can you go to the board for a second? I know it goes much, much, much quicker, but.
Okay.
I like seeing the little picture.
Okay.
That's what Steve says to me every time. I can tell he's annoyed. Okay. You love me, right, Steve?
Uh-huh.
All right, and we're back.
All right. So what do you want to do with this pick?
Neighbors against us. If he's there. Wait. Yeah, who? Steve, I can't see good. Can you read the top of the board to me?
It's Neighbors, Drake London, Bucky Irving. Neighbors just went. Jaden Daniels, Brock Bowers, Brian Thomas Jr., Mike Evans.
Okay, so who's queued up? Mike Evans?
Neighbors.
I thought you said Neighbors just went.
Oh, I'm sorry. London just went.
Oh, okay. If Neighbors is there, I would like Neighbors against us. I like to make money on my pain. Yeah, Brian Thomas Jr. Yeah, Bucky. I'd be fine with any of those. What are you leaning?
Neighbors just went. I think Evans or Brian Thomas Jr.
Okay, and Bucky just went, right?
Yeah, which do you want, Evans or BTJ?
I'd be fine with either. I'll let you choose. I honestly would be fine with either.
Let's go Brian Thomas Jr.
All righty. And then we'll be right back up in what, 3?
4. So
are you liking like the pay? Is Kittle still there?
Kittle's still there. McBride's still there.
I think that's intriguing, though. Obviously, there's pay down tight ends too. If we just wanted to hammer, what else are you? Could you read the top of the board?
Dane Daniels, Mike Evans, Chase Brown, Trey McBride, Joe Burrow, Puka.
Mike Evans or Chase Brown is interesting to me too, and then of course Kittle.
Well, Mike Evans is there, so let's do
okay.
That.
You want to? Yeah, let's do that.
So Jaden Daniels, Chase Brown, Trey McBride, Joe Burrow, Achane, Genty, Jacobs.
Yeah, what do you like for a second RB? Because I do feel like in this format, getting like 2 of the pay up RBs feels really good. The week 1.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think Jacobs is fine. I think Genty. I mean, they're slightly tougher matchups on paper, but at the same time, they're also workhorse running backs who could just touch the ball 25 times. Alvin Kamara and Connor, I think, are both good. Again, we're back in the underdog streets, so touchdowns are going to matter quite a bit. But Connor, I mean, Cards could just have a massive lead and just feature Connor.
I kind of like Connor.
So going down further, there's some backs that are interesting, like Kenneth Walker. But Trey McBride's still there. That's definitely interesting as well.
Yeah, if he falls all the way to here, I guess like because he's the only pay up tight end. The other two, Bowers and Kittle went.
Yeah.
So if he falls all the way to here, I think that makes sense. Because that's Cardinals versus, you just said, Saints. Oh yeah. I mean, but it does make me like Connor too.
Yeah, but I mean, McBride's target share should be exceedingly good. He just goes. So do you want to go running back, Genty, Jacobs? We could take Baker, but we could push quarterback, Connor, Kamara.
I mean, I don't know. I kind of do like Baker. Is this around his ADP? Unless you want to go one of the running backs.
Let's go one of the running backs. Which one do you want? Genty?
I actually like Connor, but I don't know if it's way too early.
No, it's also probably a good pick. I don't know if Connor is going to be everyone's favorite. I could see people scrolling down past him. He just gets overlooked a lot of the time.
Well, then should we have waited on him?
No, I think it's fine. I think we could take Baker here if you want, or Njoku.
Njoku.
I mean, the last two picks are quarterback and tight ends. Just which one to go first.
Right. I mean, I think with Evans, we lock up Baker.
Yeah. I mean, obviously Lawrence is interesting as well.
Yeah. I'll let you choose. Either one is fine with me.
Tight end. Yeah, let's do Baker.
I feel like, I mean, we could go Tyler Warren. We could go.
Another tight end that is interesting that I didn't mention is Tucker Kraft.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, Njoku, Kraft, if you want to do the scroll down on Jatavian Sanders, So who are some of your favorite, as the Badge Bros say, scroll the afternoon, who are some of your favorite scroll down options? Jatavian Sanders would be one for me.
Yeah, I'll go over that after we make this pick.
Okay.
And then I would just mention a few guys at each position.
That sounds good.
And
then maybe we can do one more, and then you will get into the best ball streets.
Yep.
So
Njoku, Kraft, Warren. This guy could take Njoku. He needs a tight end. So, he takes Kraft. So you want to do Njoku?
Njoku, I'd be fine with Njoku or Warren, honestly.
I think Njoku. I mean, I think the Colts. We already have a Colt running back, so we're kind of betting on Taylor just racking it up.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
As for scroll down options, just at each position, I think
can you do it one position at a time?
Yeah. Trevor Lawrence, Michael Penix, Drake May are, I think three of the best. Joe Flacco, if you really want to get cute, or Bryce Young. I don't think I'd do that too often.
Yeah.
But
no, so Drake May wasn't drafted in this one?
No.
Yeah, I mean, if he starts using his wheels week one, I mean, that could be fun.
Like I said, and this is why I said like Connor might not get drafted. I mean, Kamara is not drafted in this. I bet he probably is over half the time.
I mean, I just think everybody on the Saints has a stink on him, so he might be lower on. Yeah.
I mean, I think Kenneth Walker, 49ers defense is not what it once was. We know they want to run the ball a lot. I think you could make the case for like somebody like a J.K. Dobbins against Tennessee. Tennessee's run defense is probably better than their secondary. But I do think Dobbins gets like the touchdown work there. Like I mentioned before, Travis Etienne or Bigsby, I think are both very interesting. And I think a Cleveland running back, Sampson or Ford, Both make a lot of sense. The Judkins, there was a report from Mary Kay Cabot that he could sign and he would play. But I mentioned this on Hugh Haim's stream earlier in chat that feels like an agent leak. I don't think the team would come out and say that. So we heard the same report 3 weeks ago when when they announced they weren't going to press charges, that Jordan Schultz said in his report, and others followed up on it, that he could sign any time, and it has not been any time. So I mean, I would not be surprised if we do hear news later this week or next week at the latest, but the idea that he would be ready to play seems unlikely. So I think both Browns running backs are very viable.
I think if you wanted to scroll down for one of the Washington backs, it's going to be a split back or upfield. But I mean,
I'd be less inclined on that. Personally. Wide receiver. I mean, Ricky Pearsall doesn't get taken.
Wow.
Courtland Sutton doesn't get taken. T-Mac not taken. JSN against San Francisco. Like Debo, particularly if you are like grabbing Jaden Daniels, like why not scroll down for Debo?
There's a lot of scroll down options.
Oh yeah, there's so
Purdy
many.
got taken though, I assume, right? Because you didn't mention it. Yeah. I mean, I kind of think
he did.
If you didn't do McCaffrey, or even if you wanted to do like Purdy, McCaffrey, one of them, you could do some kind of 49ers mini onslaught or something with Purdy. But I'm really surprised that Pearsall didn't get drafted.
Yeah. Like you could do like a Browns receiver, like a Cedric Tillman, or
they mentioned Tillman or Judy. Yeah.
So there's definitely a lot of fun receiver scroll downs. Tight end, Warren, Ingram, sure, Zach Ertz, Strange. Probably the big one would be Jatavian Sanders, just with the matchup.
Yeah.
But I probably. Honestly, I probably won't scroll down at tight end as much as some of the other positions, just because
you'll scroll down more at quarterback, running back, or receiver.
Like I think Ricky Pearsall could easily outscore a number of these guys. These premium tight ends are in some good positions, and it's not like we're paying. Everyone has to take a tight end and is paying roughly the same price, whether it's round 3 or round 6. You're paying a decent price. It's not like on DFS where you're comparing 7,000 versus 2,900.
Right. No, that's a good point. I just feel like tight end is kind of the most, especially on Underdog, scoring the most fluky with like we're touchdown hunting.
Absolutely.
So, Jatavian Sanders or any of those other undrafted ones does get, Tyler Warren wasn't drafted, right?
But the thing is they have to actually outscore these guys. It's not just like points per dollar. Like,
right. No,
like Jatavian Sanders could get half the points of a Trey McBride, and on DraftKings, it's very defensible because then you're allocating that money to multiple elite pieces. Here, like the difference between taking Trey McBride in the 3rd round and Jatavian Sanders in the 6th round is very minimal.
Right. No, that makes sense. So you're more likely going to scroll down quarterback, running back, receiver. Were the Colts receivers drafted?
No.
I mean, I think that's a scroll down option too.
Again,
Miami's
it's tougher
defense
because there's multiple ones, and I probably will mainly attack the Colts through JT and Warren in this, just because neither Downs or Pittman are like necessarily big touchdown guys. I don't think either is getting like a 2 touchdown game and will kill you.
Yeah. I guess it's just attacking that crappy defense in a different way, so I think that's a little intriguing. Let's look at Mike's team. So our final team was Baker, JT, and you better label this puppy, Steve, because let's look at Mike's team. Our team was Baker, JT, Connor, BTJ, Evans, and Njoku, right?
Yep.
Could you go over Mike's team?
Yeah. So Mike's team, Kyler,
nice,
Christian McCaffrey, Josh Jacobs, Amon-Ra, Marvin Harrison, Brock Bowers.
I like it, Mike. Good luck to you as well. Let's say hi to our guy. Just watched part of his show on, of course, the Fantasy Sanctuary. Our guy, Emo Cowboy, Tyler. Howdy, happy Labor Day. Happy Labor Day to you. Hope end of baseball season is going well. And I enjoyed He was doing drafters over on the Fantasy Sanctuary. Then Leo says, thoughts on Woody Marks, the week one, Steve? I know you're not a big Woody Marks guy. I think there's too many other targets to go to, but what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't even know how much he'll play. It sounds like Chubb will have the other down work, Pierce right there with him. And then at least in terms of preseason usage, Dare Umbwale was ahead of him in terms of like passing down. So I'm guessing that's how it is week one. Maybe Woody Marks takes over the job at some point this season. But for week one, I would just be kind of surprised. He might get some play just because, they don't have a lot there.
Yeah.
But I just can't imagine it'll be very fantasy relevant week one.
Right. Let's rip one more together, and then you'll head back into the last best ball drafts of the season on the Fanspeak Network before we turn the page to all in-season content tomorrow. Want to do one more?
All right. I am going to enter in 5 seconds. Aaron, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, enter.
Do you like having control, Steve?
I don't get it often, but yeah.
Can you read the board better? I can't read it. I don't know if I have like early glaucoma or something, or what's going on.
Okay.
Or early cataracts.
Are you making it full screen?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that would help. Okay.
Yeah.
I always wonder on shows. It's just like showing. Well, I'm trying to look at StreamYard too. I need to get a multiple monitor situation. Clearly, yeah. I mean, I have so many tech issues. Is anybody shocked? No. I mean, I'm such a boomer, and it's not surprising. But yeah, I need to get multiple monitors so I can do that, because I always wonder when I'm on shows with people, I'm like, how can they see it? That's how.
All right, we got the 5th spot this time. Don't see. Oh, B. Grandy's in here.
All right, nice. Good to see you, B. Grandy.
That's the only name I recognize.
All right. Trying to think. I mean, JT could fall there again, but I was trying to think of what other, obviously I was hoping for one or two for Chase or McCaffrey, but
I mean, we could go more heavy receiver and like take Neighbors and maybe London at 8 and start receiver. I mean, running backs have more value, but I think running backs kind of deep this week. So
yeah, true.
I mean, we definitely, and we'll say it more in our content, of course, but it's fairly well known out there. But you generally should be starting a running back in the flex. There are, of course, exceptions.
Sure, there's some weeks where the
third receiver can play.
Right.
You never want a tight end in your flex. Like, I don't care if you have a shot at Bowers McBride; it's just not worth it. So yeah. So, but sometimes doing 2 receivers with the first 2 picks is still more. I mean, running backs score more points in general, but sometimes, the receivers are the better start.
Well, you know how I feel about Neighbors against our Washington defense. I think he's probably going to absolutely smoke Lattimore.
Yeah, it's definitely possible.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind like a, like a Neighbors London or something like that.
Yeah, and I mean, Nico, the Rams secondary is good, but Nico can just be insane.
Right.
But Gibbs, Bijan, and JT are. Oh, this might get thrown out. Hubbard got taken in the 3rd pick.
Awesome.
That's annoying.
Let's see. I wonder. Yeah, we'll have to pay attention what he does.
I'm going to go Bijan or.
Yeah,
JT.
I guess go Bijan, and then we can get cute and hope Neighbors falls back to us.
Let's see what J
Hot is at the 10 spot.
Yeah.
Now I can see. Neighbors. Yeah. Let's see what he does in a couple picks here. He's badgeless. You're not like Willie Pops and Devers, our parents, badgeless and dangerous, good drafters.
Yep.
All right, so London goes and see what he does here.
Nick Chubb. This is. Okay. Don't think this is going to play.
Whatever. We'll still have fun with it. We'll act like
Yeah.
it is. God, I hate these people.
No, I know.
It's so annoying. Like I don't.
I mean, they hope they get something through and make, I don't know, somebody else in here is with them or what. But yeah, it's just weird.
See what he does at 15. It's like it's so obvious. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
You'd think you'd be like a little more subtle about it if you're.
You would think.
Not that I'm ever trying to collude or do this crap. Well, that's kind of real.
Do you want to go Jane Daniels or BTJ?
I kind of want Kittle. Isn't he next?
Yeah, you can do Kittle.
I just feel like, like you said, those top tight ends are fun. We did BTJ last time. All right, who was our one running back? Oh, Bijan, that's right.
Yeah.
Who are the receivers after?
Well, we could still do Jaden Daniel, Puka, and then it's like Tyreek.
Yeah, I guess these are run back to Neighbors. His 2 games against the, like you said, the Giants defense is pretty stout. His 2 giant games against the Giants were pretty underwhelming last year. So yeah, sometimes those division opponents have the. That was early as week 2 last year.
The first one was week 2. That was before he kind of broke out. So.
All right. So 1-1-1.
Yeah.
1-1-1-1. We got one of each here. So one more running back, or we could go 3 in one position, or excuse me, we could go 3 receivers. So we could go 1 running back, 1 receiver, or 2 more receivers.
I think we're going 1 running back, 1 receiver. And like, honestly, like, I don't want to stack Terry.
Yeah. Oh, not. I mean, I would do like a scroll down with the last one for Debo if you wanted, but do you want to go Jacobs or Genty?
I'm fine either way.
Okay, they made a decision for us. Yeah.
Yep.
You want to do a scroll down for Debo? I feel like doing one scroll down is fun.
Yeah, I mean, Debo or any. I mean, there's so many scroll down options, but yeah, we can go Debo.
So, Mike Grob made a good point. Those 2 starting running backs. Hopefully, it doesn't get thrown out. The casuals are shooting from the hip.
I mean, it's possible, but when you see Chuba and Nick Chubb, I don't know.
Yeah. We got that in here with usually all the hashtag RBs matter. We got no exceptions. Running backs always be flexing.
Yeah, no, they really should. So we'll take Debo here.
Yeah, we did the old scroll down. Meg's 100% doing the Wildcat, and Drafty's got to move with her last pick before she goes to bed tonight. Steve will do the same with Lockett. Well played, Mike Rob. See, you're still joking with us, even though we got in-season Mike Rob keeping us on our toes, not even realizing that Thielen was on the slate. We'll tighten that up. Yeah, hope it doesn't get thrown out. Great value on Daniels. Yeah, that was a nice ball. We have a little correlation team or game stack correlation there with Neighbors. Just think the dude is getting less drafted combos a little too far. Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't. So read that team really quick, Steve.
All right. So it ended up being Jaden Daniels, Bijan Robinson, Josh Jacobs, Malik Neighbors, Debo Samuel, George Kittle.
All right. Well, Steve's going to head to the Best Ball Streets for one last time in the 2025 Best Ball drafting season. Of course, we'll come back for the Best Ball Resurrection, but when that is launched. But we are, as of tomorrow, Spread and Tyler, 7 p.m., NFL betting card. Let me put the schedule up one more time for you guys. Again, we appreciate you as you're coming and hit that like button. I'll throw up this too, as Mike Rob likes. Hit that like button. You can only throw up one picture at a time. Make sure you're subscribed to the Fanspeak Network. We have content every single day. And as you can see here, it is for you. Every in season is going to be every single day except for Sunday. But you have, again, Monday and Thursday, Steve and I are going to be doing the DGen Power Hours. You're going to get a little taste of what you had today. DFS early look, Battle Royale early look, Monday night football props and parlays. Thursday, same kind of thing, just deeper dive at DFS Battle Royale analysis. And then Thursday night props and parlays. Tuesday, NFL betting card. The in-season content starts tomorrow. NFL betting card. Spread and Tyler are previewing the games and covering the sides and totals. Wednesday, Battle Royale Live. You're going to get a lot more Battle Royale analysis and more live drafts with the guys, Andrew and Justin. Then Friday, 4 p.m. prop parties. Props, our favorite alts, anytime touchdowns, parlays. We go full DGen there. And then DGen Dads. It'll take you right into DGen Dads. 9:30 on Friday nights will be Andrew and Justin, of course, the DGen Dads, giving all their favorite Sunday bet sides, totals, props, parlays. And then for Substack subs only, you're going to get the DFS best plays uploaded on Saturday morning. And if you haven't subscribed to our Substack yet, we have content every single day. You will get sent something for either DFS, Battle Royale, or NFL bets. Of course, on the Island games, Sunday, Monday, Thursday, you're going to get our best bets, props, and parlays for those Island games. Tuesday, Battle Royale rankings. Wednesday, DFS survey. Friday, DFS best plays, and then Saturday, the best bets for the full Sunday slate. Woo! This is fun, Steve. We have our full in-season schedule up, ready to go, and it all starts tomorrow. I cannot wait. This is fun. Good to see all you in here. One more time in the best ball streets. Steve's going to be ripping some best ball. What are you going to be ripping here, Steve?
We'll put it in chat. I mean, whether it's a BBM, sprint, marathon, puppy, whatever any of those four, let me know what you want to do. We'll probably do a couple drafts, so we'll hit on a couple for sure. So
love it.
Put in chat what you guys want, and I will jump in there in a minute.
Yeah. Best ball on call halfway through a 10-mile bike ride. Make sure to like the stream. We appreciate it. Awesome that you're halfway through a 10-mile bike ride. And make sure to hit that like button. We appreciate you, Best Ball on Call. And Kix is a loyal subscriber. That's a lot of good stuff for only $34.99 for an entire year. I'm literally like the Michael Scott. Thank you. But thank you, Kix, for being a loyal subscriber. And thank you for saying that. We think it is. We're giving you a lot of value. Got a lot of the good stuff on the channel and on the Substack starting tomorrow. I can't believe, Steve, the season's here. It is so freaking exciting. I am so happy. You're going to get this energy from me all season long. I can't wait. And hey, we can be winning together and sweating out best ball all season and weeks, 15 through 17. Hopefully we have a lot of week 17 sweats together, but hopefully now we can have some weekly sweats together too. So we really appreciate you guys all on here. Make sure you hit that like button. I'm going to be jumping off, but I got to say hi to our guy, Brett. Hey, it's been an awesome best ball summer. Love to see you all. You're doing daily content as well. Everybody should be checking this out. Thank you, Brett. You guys are just the goats. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So thank you. Thank you, Brett. No, seriously, that is awesome. And appreciate all of you. And Meg, thanks for joining me for kicking this off. And have a good rest of your night.
Yep. Good luck on your drafts. Bye, guys. I'll see you Thursday, Steve, for our next show together. DGen Power Hours. Can't wait. Good luck drafting, Steve. I'm out of here. Bye.
All right. So is there any preference out there on what to be drafting here on Underdog, whether it's BBM, puppy, sprint, marathon? Let me know. I'll go over where each tournament's sitting at right now. Let me refresh just to make sure it's totally updated. I definitely have slows on all three sites that I need to be doing on the side. So I'll be multi-tabling no matter what. BBM, I'm at 75 drafts. So I'm kind of where I want to go. I don't mind doing a couple more though. It is 94% filled. My guess is it fills late tomorrow night, early Wednesday. Puppy 4 is, I have plenty of drafts there to do. I'm not going to come anywhere near filling it. 69%. Maybe it overlays, maybe not. I could just see a bunch of people dumping in drafts at the end there on like Wednesday night, Thursday morning, particularly after BBM fills. We have sprint. I am at 99 drafts there. Definitely going to be over 100. It's at 57.7%. So I do, know people could be throwing entries at the end as well, but I'm guessing it overlays. Same kind of with Marathon at 59.5%, but it's just more total number. Like earlier I did the math, like you need like, and now I'm sure it's a little less, but you need like 2,600 more drafts to fire for the Marathon. That's going to be tough to do. So I do think, you know, whether it ends up at like 80%, 85%, we'll see, but I think there will be some extra value there. As you know, I'm a big fan of both sprint and marathon. Really enjoy the contests. I think they are some more positive ROI contests out there, particularly for that have a six-figure prize pool or top prize. And let me look at chat real quick. I'm very concerned for Dallas. Initially fear that Dak would get hurt from 700 dropbacks, no run threat. Then Parsons drama. If Dallas doesn't start strong, there could be mutiny. Yeah, I mean, it's not great. Definitely not great. I do think, you know, Dallas, you know, people have made the comparison, but it could be very much similar to Cincinnati. It just have to, and they don't, and Cincy at least has a little bit of a running threat. Dallas will probably have to throw 700 times. So hopefully Dak can stay healthy. So that's why Dak and Lamb could just be a monster this year, and Pickens as well. We have Mitch asking, have you done an exposure reveal? That's a good thing. I will look at that real quick. You'll be able to see it. I did upload my latest for regular contests. I haven't uploaded my marathon or sprint for best ball overlay, but here's my regular exposures. And I'll just focus on the 12 people drafts. So the badge rows, just because that does make it a little wonky. Let me refresh this just to make sure we get the latest. Sometimes it takes a refresh or two. So 1,045 teams. I'll go quarterback. Oh, wow. Aaron Rodgers has top Drake May. And that's, I mean, Aaron Rodgers is still free. And I've just been throwing him a lot of, 17th, 18th round. But yeah, I should get May up above him. Mayfield, Darnold. So I'm very kind of flat with quarterbacks, have a lot of guys 10% or more. I've gotten Daniel Jones back up over 10%, another basically free quarterback. Because I do prefer the 3 quarterback builds. To me, it's just much better for your ability to advance in the playoffs and even outcomes in the playoffs. Among elites, Josh Allen and Lamar, I'm at 8%. Hurts 8.1. I know my Jaden is higher, 12.7%. Burrow somewhere in between. Where did Burrow go? Burrow 10.9%. So that's where I'm at quarterback. Running back, Scattaboo, my top one, 23.4%. Meg is very disappointed in me with that. Eckler, I've pushed up to 18.2%. James Cook, 17.2. Caleb Johnson, 16. I have been buying the dip some. JT, 15.1. Kamara, 15.1. Then I've really been taking the Cleveland backs. Rashard White, I've been buying the dip there. It sounds like he might not miss a game. Could be ready for week 1. As you see, I have both Ford and Sampson. James Conner, 12%. And then guys like Pollard, Braylon Allen, Kenneth Walker, Saquon, Genty, Henry, and Jacobs, all over 10.5. Receiver, Thielen, Slayton, Keenan Allen. So a lot of late receivers, but then my early receivers, guys like Devontae Adams, Steph Diggs, mid-tier, T. Higgins, super above the field on 15.7%. Ricky P, 14.3%. Tillman still up there, 13%. Odunze, 12.7%. Cup, 12%. Hollywood, 12%. I haven't taken him as much lately. Debo, 12%. Kirk, Chase, 11.5 above. And then tight end, Ertz, 18%. Gesicki's next, 14.4%. Ferg, 12.2%. Fryermuth, another guy who's just free in drafts, 11.6. Brenton Strange, 11.5. Mason Taylor, 11. Loveland, Jonnu, and Andrews, and Kittle, all 9%. So I've really, because of Kittle moving up, at one point I had like 15, 16% Kittle, but as he's moved up, I haven't chased it as much. So let me hit up chat and look, I have to do a super chat for two. Oh my. Brett, our target forecast was Monday BBM fill, but Puppy has thrown a little wrench into that. I think late tomorrow, early Wednesday. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what it seems like. And look, I'm glad there's multiple things out there. I'm enjoying drafting them all. If you had to bet on that number 2 target getter in Pittsburgh, who would you take? So number two in targets, I am taking some Roman Wilson. I think he becomes the number 2 receiver. But in terms of total targets, it wouldn't shock me if it's one of the tight ends. Jonnu, I think, is safer for targets. I think Fryermuth is safer for touchdowns. They both go pretty late. That's why I'm taking a good share of them. And I think both can get there. Both can be top 20 tight ends. So easily returning value, easily giving you a solid floor with some multiple decent weeks. So as a number 2 or number 3 tight end, I think they're pretty good. I was looking at my BBM team that advanced and saw that it had you in the pod. LOL. Nice, Ant. Well, you was that in the regular season last year, or one of the playoff weeks? Yeah, no, I'm starting to get in more in Roman Wilson. Warren will also be there taking targets in Pittsburgh. Yeah, I mean, so two years ago when Arthur Smith had this kind of situation where Drake London was the alpha in Atlanta, and then I think Pitts was number 2 in targets, Bijan was number 3, and Jonnu was number 4. But Bijan had 86 targets. I don't know if Warren is going to get anywhere near there. Week 16 semifinals. Well, congrats on advancing and beating me out, because I didn't have any BBMs to the finals. But no, I'm glad. That's awesome that you were able to advance. And funny, we were in the same pod. So I didn't see anyone say anything in chat. So you know what? I mean, BBM is going to fill. I'm not maxing, but I'll do another BBM. And then I know, what Paul was in here talking about sprint earlier. We can do that afterwards. I will enter a BBM first. I'm going to enter in 10 seconds. Entering in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Enter. And we are in. I don't see any names that I recognize, so sorry if anyone was trying to get in. But hopefully this is a fun draft. So back to the Pittsburgh thing, that year in Atlanta, the other thing was they only had like 511, 515 pass attempts that year. I'm going to take the over on that for the Steelers. I know people think Rodgers doesn't throw a lot. He threw 600 times with the Jets last year. I know people think Arthur Smith doesn't, Arthur Smith's more about efficient throwing, which can be Rodgers' bread and butter as well. Yeah, I don't think the Steelers end up top 5 or maybe even top 10 in pass attempts, but top 15, sure. So that year with Atlanta, I don't think Desmond Ridder and Taylor Heineke were top 15 in pass attempts. I'm pretty sure it was like at least bottom 10, but probably more like bottom 5, bottom 6. So that's why I think there is enough to go around. Not that there's going to be a ton of great fantasy players, but you're not paying a high price on anyone outside of DK. So I'm up in a few picks, not going to get it too cute. in the first round. I don't generally think there's much reason to. And I will just kind of take what gets back to me with the floor of like McCaffrey, Jefferson. Guessing McCaffrey, but the guy, that's why I just put him there at first. Okay, so I take Jefferson. All right. See, thanks for answering my question. Oh, of course, absolutely. Glad I could help, and that's the whole point. Enjoy talking ball. Add the Arthur Smith effect, but then Rodgers' desire to do dump down rather than risk an interception, keep Roman Wilson getting those trust balls. Yeah, I mean, Rodgers can do that some, but it's also not necessarily a bad thing. Keeps the chain moving versus, back to like the Anthony Richardson dilemma for the Colts. Like, why is he not playing? They said it. We need somebody we can trust. And, a few spike plays don't make up for multiple, 3-and-outs and stuff like, or turnovers. So, yeah, I could see Warren being okay in pass attempts, but I think Caleb Johnson's going to still have more of a role. Now, last year with Pittsburgh, Najee and Warren basically had the same number of pass attempts. Warren's slightly better per game because he played 2 less games. And it'll probably be a bigger split. I'm sure Gainwell will get a few as well, but I just don't think Warren's going to have like 90 targets. I don't think he's turned into Alvin Kamara. I'll just do Bucky. Yeah, having 3 sites, and drafters is luckily still 2-hour clocks. I mean, 2 sites on an hour clock right now, and quite a few slows still going on. Less than ideal being on stream. I will admit that. As much fun as I love doing these streams, these slow drafts are something. We got our guy Spread here saying, "What's up? How you doing, Spread? Hope things are going well." But yeah, definitely. Any other questions or anything you want to talk about? We touched on the Judkins thing a little bit ago. I'm still very skeptical because even if he does sign tomorrow, still the question of the commissioner's exempt list, still the question of the suspension. I don't know. Maybe that's all ironed out. Maybe we'll get the total news tomorrow that everything's all okay. But I just struggle to see him missing all of camp and then coming in and contributing, honestly, the first couple weeks as is. Right. So, yes, Fred, if you missed it earlier, Meg went over the schedule, your and Tyler's show on Tuesdays and just how excited we are for the start of the NFL season. We're going to be putting out a lot of content on the network, a lot of content on our Substack, covering it from every which way. So up in 2 picks, definitely not taking Tyreek. Kyron, not my favorite click. Probably will just pull up Mike Evans, or maybe I'll pull up. I have gotten down on Kittle. I think I just pull up Mike Evans. Make a Tampa bet. Obviously, try and get Baker, in a few rounds. Dirty P, Steve, I have a request for future content. Okay. Be interested to see how many different players you have at various thresholds, how many above 20%, 16, 19%, 11, how many of the players at 4% or more. Are you talking for best ball? Yeah, I mean, I just went over exposures. After I wrap up all these drafts, I'll happily post all my exposures. Maybe I can even write an article on it. I am one that I do have a lot of floor guys, like some under 4%, like a Garrett Wilson here. But as you see, and that's why I don't have too many like mega 25, 30% guys. I'm pretty fluid. Like even Devonta Smith, 4.8%, whatever. We will go T-Mac. So yeah, because I'm doing so much volume, I'm easier to spread it out, more. And because I've hit it at different times. I mean, there were times where I was, taking a ton of a guy and then their price changed, whether they went up, down, and just don't like the situation as much. So now they're much lower. Like early on, I did have a decent share of Judkins. I was probably like 7% when the whole thing went down. Now I'm very low, maybe like 3%, just because I've done so many drafts since then, obviously, because I really haven't taken them at all. But yeah, no, I'm happy to do that. So I appreciate any feedback and any thoughts of content. I'm trying to gauge whether or not I'm painting with a wide enough brush, so to speak. Yeah, I mean, I do think it also depends like how many drafts you're doing. And there are certain ones like, and this is why like best ball overlay is so nice, and you can do this on Underdog as well, but money also matters. Like, let's see, like Jalen Waddle and Devonta Smith, one's 4.5 and 4.8%. But I don't know if you can see as I hover over the best ball overlay on screen, but I have almost twice as much money on Devonta Smith, just because I feel more confident in him. So that is another factor as well. That like Breece Hall is a guy at 5%, but I don't have a high confidence threshold, so I don't take him in a lot of like, BBMs or, I doubt I took him in a single Husky or any of those types of contests. So, the money on him, DJ Moore is another one. Just don't have a high confidence threshold on some of these guys. So the money on them is going to be much lower. All right, up in one, I say that, and of course, Breece Hall's falling back to me. Not sure if I love him for this build. I have 2 Tampa. I don't know if I want to go in Buka. I will go Jalen Waddle. This is the time with multi Tampa Bay players for the week 17. It's like we always say, it's a tiebreaker. So that's why I went that route. How many different players you have 4% or more? Yeah, no, we can look at that. We got our guy Eddie in here. I mean, yeah, the Judkins thing, who knows? I could be wrong on it. And that is definitely on me. Like I'm just taking a strong stand on Judkins since then. I'm worried I might be stone fading too many players. This is something somebody asked us last night about, like adjusting priors, and I do think it's important. Like as the season, like Leggett being, the most notable one. This number was 1% 3 days ago. It's now 3.7%. Maybe like 1.5%. So I've just taken him a bunch because I had a lot of slow drafts wrapping up. So I was also getting him at a better price point. So that's also part of it because I knew he'd be moving up. That is one of the benefits of slow drafts is you can get some guys still at lower price points. Like my Coker, I pushed up. Now it's going back down because I haven't really taken him since the latest news. We will go Pollard here. I do like Adunze. Debo. I got 4 receivers. Could use another running back. We'll go Pollard. I like the situation there. I mean, Spears is, missing the first 4 games at least, probably more. So that is one thing I do flatten out exposures for that. Like Judy's another one. Like I remember Mike Robb, when we first launched the Substack, one of his first comments was like, "How much do you hate Jerry Jeudy?" And I had him real low. I'm like maybe 90 or something like that. Ranked 90, because I just, at the time they were talking that Kenny Pickett was looking good and in mini camp, and there were some reports that they could really look to one of the rookies and all this stuff. And it just seemed like such a mess. I won no part of it. And I just worried, especially at the end of the year. And I still worry about that. I mean, I honestly will say I prefer Judy in more like marathon contests, something like that, where first quarter for sure, where Flacco's going to be starting more of those games. But as it's worn on, as the rookies didn't look good, Pickett got hurt, then traded. I just think it opens the door for a longer and longer leash for Joe Flacco. More games with Joe Flacco. I think the better Judy's outlook is. At the same time, you had receivers getting hurt, like Jaden Reed and some other guys, Mooney and stuff like that, who fell. And then other receivers move way up. So this range of receiver has gotten a lot, not a full dead zone. And honestly, there was some promising news about Juwan Jennings. So, I probably will, snap him up in a few drafts at the end here. Maybe not this one, not saying for sure. But I think just adjusting to news is something I really wanted to be better at this year. And be willing to change some of my priors as news gets more favorable or unfavorable in certain situations. And this could end up being a Jerry Jeudy team. We're one pick away from that. I do like Shakir as well. He's back. So Caleb Johnson, I have a lot of him. I'm not going to go down that road. So we'll actually go Jeudy. And let me hit up chat. We got Charles in here. GM Steve, hope you're doing well. Also, Charles, Dirty P, saying my problem is I have solid draft and I want to get guys. Yeah, and that's I try not to do that too much. And again, I usually mix it up in some of the smaller dollar drafts, just for that reason. Godwin, Mixon I was very high on him, but I've just totally cooled off lately on him. So no, it is tough with some of these situations. Like, who knows? Like 6 weeks from now, Joe Mixon could be back and exactly what he was last year, and we're all saying, well, that was dumb to start fading him. But at the same time, 6 weeks from now, we could get a report that it's another 6 weeks and he's out for the year. All right, up in 2 picks. Not Jaden Higgins. Baker Mayfield. There we go. A lot of Judy, not as much on UD. Yeah. If I learned anything about best ball, is lean into uncertainty and risk. We do this every year. Yeah, I mean, I think you definitely want to still have your stands and takes for sure. Like the Caleb Johnson stuff or the Scabu stuff. Like, I'm not scared off entirely. One, because I think some of the things that people are pointing to are just wrong. Like, I brought it up before, but like that Jordan Ronan comment that said it's, Tracy's going to be the guy. Well, he was saying that last year about Devin Singletary. And even then later when he said early in the season, it will be 70% 70-30 Tracy versus Scadaboo. Well, last year, right before the start of the season, he said it was an 80% backfield of Singletary. So even his confidence level was better last year for Singletary, and we saw how that worked out. So I definitely recommend sticking to trying to cut through the noise, because sometimes it is just a lot of noise. Now, when I see guys are going to start to fall, like for instance, I passed on him last time, Jaden Higgins, like he's falling now. I still take him some, but he is falling, and I adjusted my ranks down to reflect that. For a while there, particularly with like Downs and Pittman and all those other injuries, I was taking more Jaden Higgins, but now I do think like Kirk is probably the early season number 2, could maybe end up this season the number 2 in total targets and usage. But I think Higgins still, early second round pick, fully guaranteed contract, just is talented enough to carve out a big role. All right, up in 2 picks. What do I want to do with this? That is a good question. I like Pittman. I think I just build out the receiver core. Take Pittman. I will probably eventually tack on a 7th receiver, but I'm going to be done for a while. But no, I appreciate all the comments and questions. And yeah, if you have ideas for different types of content, whether it's shows or, Substack articles, and even some, we'll be releasing more like free Substack articles as well. We're just getting in the groove with all that. So yeah, always willing to take content suggestions. Some we maybe won't be able to do or be able to do a certain enough time. But we'll try. We'll definitely listen and try. Last year, I advanced at over 33% on DK, didn't do too much on UD, and I stuck to my player takes, sort of had a higher advance rate, got me. No worries. I mean, it can be tough. Got DK at 68 and a BBM and Reed at 140 in the same lineup. Yeah, well, good to see you, Stars. The Jaden Reed thing doesn't sound great. I will admit, I've taken him a few times still, but boy, that doesn't sound like a great situation. I will take Scadaboo here. Just totally fits this build, of course, needing running back. Godwin, if he's falling like this, I'm intrigued in these last few drafts. I obviously have a decent percentage of them, but I just don't need a receiver right now. 20% Caleb. All he has to do is be better than Najee. Yeah, and honestly, he doesn't even have to be that. Like, Najee, his rookie year, he got more points, but he's had at least 185 points every single year. That would more than pay off anywhere you've taken him, whether it's in the 70s, 80s, 90s, no matter where he goes, he's paying that off. If Caleb can do that, which I think is very viable. And the other thing to keep in mind is touchdowns last year. The quarterbacks had like 5 or 6 combined touchdowns, like almost 600 rushing yards. I'm pretty sure Aaron Rodgers isn't doing that. So I think a lot of those, sure, some might be passing touchdowns from Rodgers, but A, I think the offense will be more efficient under Rodgers, and B, that kind of stuff just isn't going to lead back to the backs. Just my take on it. All right. What do I do with this pick coming up? Okay. Man, Bateman fall. It's crazy. McCarthy win. I was hoping for him. Don't have a good second stack right now. So we'll just get more Eckler. Which I like. As we talked about earlier, I think Eckler is going to be very heavily involved, and particularly give me a strong floor play. Okay, so this is a BBM. Probably will do at least 2 more drafts, maybe a marathon and a sprint, maybe 2 of each, or not 2 of each, 2 of one. I probably will end up with more marathons than sprints, not just because it's cheaper, but I do think there's just the other thing to keep in mind with marathon. You double your money just for getting into the cash, which, your odds are, of course, better now if it doesn't fill. And then if it doesn't fill, your odds to get a higher score are even better. So, yes, it's still, you'd still have to have a, like a top score from versus, say, 60K versus 75K entries. But, yeah, I think that is just an added benefit. All right, up in 1 pick. Could go tight end. Might just take Bryce Young. No, a little early. I will go Jake Ferguson. I'm surprised Ferguson hasn't gotten bumped up more. I know they added Pickens, but we saw what Ferguson was 2 years ago. Last year, yes, he was banged up, but the big thing was he just didn't get touchdowns. Of course, also Dak was out. Dak's back. They don't have a running game. As Dirty P said, like Dak will probably have to throw 700 plus times this year. Just could be a lot of upside for Ferguson. Could easily see him, probably not tight end 1, but top 5 tight end, very much in play. And should easily be in the mix for a top 10. Right. So ideally Bryce Young comes back to me. If not, I will figure out quarterbacks. Of course, Tua's there. I don't love Tua. I do worry about the Dolphins in general. That's why I'm just overall down on the Dolphins this year. We saw the Tyreek Hill thing. First time he hasn't been named a captain. Not a great look, to be honest. And whether it's him just potentially being traded or whatever, but definitely something I noticed. I think I do think Waddle's tough just because he can't stay healthy, but we know he's a talented guy, and I could see him being a big beneficiary if things do go wrong with Tyreek. That's another priors is earlier on I was taking a little bit more NWI. Now I'm taking more Malik Washington. Bryce Young's here. We will just get him. I definitely like him. T-Mac. So got two quarterbacks, 4 running backs, 6 receivers, 1 tight end so far. All right. Probably we'll go probably 3-5-7-3 for this build, with Ferguson being the first tight end. It's not like I double tapped right away. So up into you could do Cam Ward as part of a team stack with Pollard, but don't need to go that route. I will take Ertz. I would want A to bring back to Ferguson for week 17, so mini skinny stack there. But two, now I feel, and I also have Austin Eckler, so little mini game correlation there as well. If this team were to lucky enough to get to the finals, I could have kind of a Tampa with Miami bring back some Washington Dallas pieces. If those two games go off, then this team could rise to the top. But yeah, we'll see what I come up with. Maybe I still go 3 tight ends. Like I feel okay at running back. Definitely fine at receiver. Just gonna tack on a 7th. So maybe, like I said, maybe I just add a 3rd tight end. That's one of the reasons why so much Freiermuth is because he's just absolutely free at the end. And he would be a bring back to Judy. So there'd be some reasoning there as well. First Joe Burrow, 20. Then he got Baker like 8 picks past ADP, and I couldn't help but get May. Yeah, I mean, well, sometimes quarterbacks fall. And, taking Burrow, I'm assuming you took him essentially at that 4-5 turn range. I honestly don't think that's like truly ahead of ADP. I mean, I think that's more than defensible. You see on other sites, you see on like Sprint Marathon, he goes there all the time. So I know he's been able to get pushed more in the regular format. One, because there's just so many different tournaments to do it in. But I mean, having a stacked up Burrow always feels good. Don't think I need to go my guy Thielen here. I'm going to just pull Jatavian Sanders for a 3rd tight end. Part of a stack. Nothing else was jumping off the table for me. I didn't upload my latest ranks. Because obviously Jalen Coker is not the pick here at ADP. Daniel Jones went. That's less than ideal. What do we got at running back here? I will take DJ Giddens for my last running back. Could have double tapped Washington, taking Chris Rodriguez also. I've done that a couple times. But Giddens, want a little bit more of him. Great contingent value play. Roughly around his ADP. I already have Pittman. So we'll see him. Not great options now for a 3rd quarterback. I still probably want one. I don't love Baker Bryce. I was really hoping on Daniel Jones, but that did not work out. I mean, Stafford falls back. I think I just got to take him. He's a guy at one point was going in the 150s. I know the injury risk, but if he stays healthy, that is intriguing. I've not taken Tutu Atwell in a while. Maybe I go back down that road. We will see. So don't need a tight end, don't need a running back, I feel like. And we'll see what gets back to us. Jeff T fired off my last BBM Sunday. The room forced me into 0 RB. Wow. It's my RB 5-6. Feels great to get. Yeah, no, I get that. I mean, all right, you're going to give me Adam Thielen at 199. I'll take it. I already have one Minnesota piece, but that feels good. Very strong wide receiver room. And maybe I take Stafford. Might just take Joe Flacco. I have Jerry Jeudy. Even if it's just an advancement piece, it's an advancement piece. I don't hate it. And quarterback totally dries up, then I'll pivot elsewhere. Highly unusual 3-7-6-2 build on, but my team needed the shots at running back with all the early. Yeah, I don't do that often. I think I've done one or two of those. I need some Rodriguez in my life. I mean, yeah, there's absolute paths where Rodriguez is the number two, like the short yardage and better the two Washington early down backs. He's been successful these last 2 years anytime given the opportunity. It could still keep happening. Right, up in 4 picks, and then we'll figure out what's the next draft we're going to do. And what comes back to us? Up in 1. Taj Brooks is there. Some of these running backs like Monangai, Brooks, they've fallen back down. Rashard Smith. I do think I go Flacco here. Just for an advancement piece. It is stacked up. There are outcomes where Flacco ends up starting all year. The Browns could just be slightly more competitive than people expect. You could also just have a situation where both rookies just continue not to look good. Like, I don't know if the Browns rookie quarterbacks look how they relatively did in preseason. I just don't know if they make that pivot to one of them late in the year, particularly if they're planning on going all in for a quarterback next year. So this draft is finalizing, and we will get into the next one. I have Flacco, Judy stack. Same thinking. Maybe Brown surprise and he keeps a job all year. Also, don't hate the late season Gabriel. Yeah, I mean, if I were to go 2-1, I would go Gabriel at this point. I think he outplayed Sanders, but yeah, and I definitely like Flacco more when I have earlier quarterback buys and not another week 9. Like if I had JJ McCarthy and Jordan Love, those types of guys, because he's definitely covering those buys. Even if he's not there for the playoffs, he could add enough usable weeks. Imagine Rodriguez just touchdown hawk. Yeah, the thing is, he had in limited time each of the last 2 years. Let me bring up his exact numbers, but he's actually looked pretty good. And 2 years ago, the Washington offense was terrible, but 2 years ago, 2023, 51 carries, 247 yards, 2 touchdowns. That was good for 4.8 yards per carry. Only had 2 catches, 12 yards. That's why Eckler's job is not really threatened. Last year, 35 carries, 173 yards, 2 touchdowns, good for 4.9 yards per carry. Again, only 1 catch, 12 yards. So he's looked good when given opportunities. And if he continues to look good, JCM is going to have to look better to unseat him. I think there's paths for JCM, of course. But it's just we've been, the fantasy community has just assumed JCM is a lock for everything that Brian Robinson was. And A, could end up split between the two, or B, Rodriguez ends up being the guy. So we are going to get into another draft. This one ended 3-5-7-3. Standard build: Baker, Bryce Young, Flacco, Bucky, Tony Pollard, Cam Scattaboo, Austin Eckler, DJ Giddens, Justin Jefferson, Mike Evans, T-Mac, Jalen Waddle, Jerry Jeudy, Michael Pittman Jr., Adam Thielen, Jake Ferguson, Zach Ertz, Jatavian Sanders. So let's get into another draft. I think I will. Let me try a sprint. So I'm going to jump into a sprint here. I will enter in 10 seconds. This will be my 100th sprint. Probably get a few more also, and then definitely some more marathons. All right, entering in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, enter. All right, so waiting on 6 people. Haven't done the sprint in a day or two, but marathons have been filling pretty, and maybe I've just gotten lucky every time I've gotten in, but usually they fill up pretty fast. So we'll wait for a minute, but hopefully this will fill and fire. We can get going. If anyone wants to jump in, there's obviously room. In my 3-7-6-2 team, I took JCM and C-Rod. C-Rod 30 picks after ADP. Yeah, I just noticed in this past draft, he went either at the end of the 17th or beginning of the 18th. Figured not a bad idea. Yeah, I've done that once or twice. I've definitely done like Eckler and C-Rod. I've done Eckler and JCM at least once. That's the other thing is, 2 years ago, Washington's offense was terrible. Their offensive line was terrible, everything. But last year, it's very good. I imagine it's going to be very good again. They upgrade their offensive line. So if you guess right, the Washington backs, it could really pay off. So waiting on 4 people. We'll give it another couple minutes. Hopefully we can get this filled. Let me know what else everyone else is thinking, how you're feeling about your teams. Any questions about season, best ball, anything? Happy to talk ball. And really appreciate you all jumping in chat, hitting that like button, helps us out. Any comments after the stream always helps us out as well. So thank you guys so much for, as we've been growing the Fanspeak network and in our presence, we appreciate all our loyal support. And if you're first time joining, of course, hit the subscribe button. As Meg mentioned, we're going to be doing content all year round, but every week, 5-6 shows a week. And yeah, we're just trying to get as much content out there for the football season in every which way, whether it's the dailies, whether it's DFS, whether it's, sports betting, pick'ems, whatever you're looking for, we hopefully can have you covered. All right. Waiting on 3 people. Let me put it up on Twitter. Let me speed it up slightly. Waiting on 2. Maybe I won't, because I don't want to put it out there and then people are jumping into the next one. Let's see, Jeff's happy with my BBM teams. Only 20 max, 3rd year in a row with 20 entries, all 3 years. I have 19 live teams in 1 draft where too many people are idiots that don't get thrown out. Yeah. Well, good. I'm glad it's good to, like your team, especially your higher spends, more important ones. So hopefully, good luck. Hopefully you get something through. I personally like that they're offering the regular season prize again. Not that is, covers everything, but I think it's nice. I think it's good to reward good drafting. I think that's a positive for the community as a whole. We got Cheese 24 Skull in here. That's the only name I recognize. Not sure if he's in chat, but we are going to be doing the sprint, and I got the 3rd spot. So sprint drafts, I just like any regular tournament, you need to advance to 12. So to me, the advance rate is most important. And then you're in a 9,300 person final. Yes, that sounds daunting, but as Meg mentioned at the top of the show, I had 4 dinger teams in the semifinals, and you know what? It says Saquon. I'm going to go CD. I got 2 second place finishes, 3rd place finish. One of my second place finishes finished 64th among semifinals teams. At 310 teams advanced, but I didn't advance because I was second in my pod. The good, if this was a sprint format, I would still be very live for a pretty good payday. So just something to keep in mind. Like it is, those are the types of outcomes that we're talking about here for sprint, and why this format can be better, because I don't know where I finished week 1, but clearly it was pretty good to advance to the semis, and then I won the best semifinal team. So if that team went on another run for the finals weeks, because baseball is 2 weeks, I'd be live for a very, very good prize. So unfortunately, second place finish, so I get a little bit more money, but definitely not anything near what the people in the Dinger finals are going to be playing for. You think a 9,300 team final? Don't think you should see my last marriage. Appreciate you, Jeff. Yeah, I mean, yes, like if your team limps in and is injured, yeah, you have no shot. You're just getting your money back, right? But that could be the case in any playoff format. If you go in, to the playoffs and your team just totally craps the bed, you're out, but you have the outcome where, like, take for an instance, last year, Saquon Barkley had a bad week 15, but he actually collectively weeks 15, 16, 17, I think he was RB7. So your Saquon team probably doesn't advance too often. Some did, of course, week 15, but in a sprint format, your Saquon team, you get that monster week 16 game from them, right? So like you're probably getting a pretty, you're at least live for a decent payday. So I went receiver in the first. Let me go JT in the second. I do think running backs go a little higher in this. They're a little bit more consistent point getters. So I think it makes sense. Like, yes, there's that Lad Dak game week 16. So there's some correlation, but at the same time, I'd rather just have an RB that could be RB1. All right, up in 2 picks. One thing in the sprint, I'm lower on tight ends. Tight ends just don't score the same raw points. And they are even more inconsistent. I do think elite quarterback is very strong in the sprint format. So I'm I was gonna take whichever one came back to me. So, that having the ability to have potentially the top quarterback, top running back, top receiver, that's live, not just for the season, but in those 3 weeks. So that's one way where you can really separate yourself from a 9,300 person group. I still probably will go 3 quarterbacks because Josh Allen, being the perfect example last year, absolutely dominated week 15, right? Had 46 points, whatever it was, completely dominated. But he had more points week 15 than he did week 16, 17 combined. So having 2 other quarterbacks, you wanted Josh Allen, absolutely. I think maybe Lamar had more combined total points, but each week also matters. And Jared Goff had a very good, because he was right behind Josh Allen week 15 and then had over 20 points 16, 17. But for me, having 3 quarterbacks generally is the best option. And since I'm not going elite tight end, I probably will have 3 tight ends. So 3-5-7-3, I think, is the best build for it. But I would sometimes sub out a tight end if I get too mid-tier and add in another running back or another receiver, as the case may be. All right, up in 5. We will be looking either running back or receiver here. A few options, probably not double tapping Dallas. Prefer Worthy, JMO, or Walker or Sutton. All right, Worthy's gone. I will take Walker, get a second really good running back. Like I said, running backs go a little higher. So I think there's more likely going to be a receiver that I want coming up. Pickens falls back. That gets a bit more interesting. we'll see what we get in these couple of picks. As you can see, Burrow does not get pushed in this format, and nor should he, really. Like, he obviously has the ability to separate. Oh, JMO or Sutton. Devonta Smith, a bring back, but I just don't know if he has got the raw upside. I'll go JMO. Inside, domes all 3 weeks with at Rams, at Vikings, and then Steelers at home. So feeling good about the start. 1-2-2 to start. We will, get to tight end later, and ideally getting 3 quarterbacks. And the other thing with these types of things, like even a few points can matter quite a bit for final placing. 9,300. If you have let's say let's just say to get Dak, and Dak outscores Josh Allen one of the 3 weeks, but Allen hits the other 2. Let's say he outscores him by 5 points. Those 5 points could be huge. Could be the difference between finishing like 150th and 25th, right? Like it can get that close. Oh, you are. I always forget that's your name, Charles. How much overlay do you think on the sprint marathon? Maybe 20%. I think 20% is fair. I think both will likely get pushed. One thing that's helping it out, of course, is the BBM is not filled yet and probably won't fill till like at least late tomorrow night. And then even the puppies out there as well. Last year, the marathon was twice the size. There was 150,000 entries. It didn't fill, but it was like 135,000. I could look it up, but somewhere in that ballpark. So you'd think easily 75,000 would fill. I just, given how low it is, that's a lot in just a couple of days. So I think at least 10%. I don't think it gets above 90%, I should say, but probably more like 80%. All right, here, like I said, running back's a little bit more important. I'm going to take Pacheco. I like some of the receivers here, but Pacheco feels really strong. Of the two, it's interesting because marathon, there's more entries than the sprint. So just as somebody just dumps, if you have like 10 people dump 100 entries, that's 1,000 entries, right? On the last day for one of these tournaments. So, sure, that's not going to make a notable difference. But if 50 people do that, then that starts to could really fill up the sprint. But it's also a little bit more expensive, so maybe it's less likely that's occurring, right? All right, so Diggs comes back to me. I will go that route. So 1-3-3, kind of keeping it balanced, but feels strong about all 3 rooms so far. So yeah, we'll see, but I'm guessing it's between 80 and 85% would be my ultimate guess for what their fill range is. So leaving 15 to 20% overlay. Of the two, not sure if you were on earlier, I think the overlay adds more advantage to the marathon than the sprint. Sprint, yes, you get more tickets to that 9,300 person final. But with marathon, not only is a higher percentage gain to cash, just like with this, but with the sprint, 9,300 people are going to be in this finals regardless, right? Like that's not changing. But the marathon, if only 60,000 entries are there, it's just much easier to end up with the top score. You just have better odds. I mean, still a long shot, you know, you still need to beat 60,000 entries, but that's a lot better than beating 75,000. All right, up in a few picks. Could definitely start, you know, mid-tier tight end. I'm fine with. We'll probably wait more. Okay. But yes, thanks for joining me in the draft. Hope you are enjoying the last couple of days of best ball summer. I definitely am. Checking all the slows I have going on. Quite a few. And up in 2 picks. We are going to go with, we're going to go with a receiver. Excuse me, receiver, Michael Pittman. Right now, just, I mean, sure, as I think it was Star said, he got Jaden Reed super late. If Reed falls like 140s or something crazy, maybe I'm interested, but I am not taking him anywhere near his current ADP. Dobbins could be in play. Shaheed, but you know what? I'm gonna go Dak. I got Lamb, but as you know, as Dirty P mentioned, like they're gonna throw a ton. Having Allen and Dak, I could stop at 2 quarterbacks. You can make a very viable case for that. I still probably will tack on a third, 1 to help advance, and 2, look, we see surprising quarterbacks end up with more points all the time. You know, Aaron Rodgers last year had a 30-point game, week 15. That's more than a lot of elites. That's more than, you know, if you had Jaden Daniels and Aaron Rodgers, I think Aaron Rodgers got you 8 points. That can be big. And you know, I mean, look at Drew Lock, week 17. Not that anyone's taking a backup quarterback like that, but the idea that any type of quarterback can spike at any time is very real. It's one of those things that could just be the difference in this type of tournament. Bittersweet, glad I'm not on the clock in a million slows. I unfortunately can't say the same thing, but sad drafting season is over until big board. Yeah, I mean, I will definitely be doing some resurrection. I've only done like 3 resurrections each of the last 2 years. I gotten at least 2 to the playoffs. Last year, I got 1 of those to the finals. Unfortunately, the team died out in the finals. You know, advanced, you know, I was like top half, I think about top half of the finals, but that was fun. The resurrection is fun. It's something I'm going to do more of this year for sure. Right. So I got 2 quarterbacks I feel great about. Good start to my running back room. Decent start to receiver room. And like where I'm at. right, I'm up. You know what? Let's go Tucker Craft. Excuse me. For the Drayden Reed injury stuff, Tucker Craft might end up being the biggest beneficiary. I mean, obviously Matthew Golden and Dubs should be good as well, but Craft was honestly the most consistent guy last year, and could be again as well. I don't think if Jordan Love gets back to me, I'll take that third quarterback here. I'd have the option more likely to add a running back or a receiver. Mims, Allen would be my top two options. I think I will go Keenan Allen. And we are, feeling pretty good about this team. So we'll do another draft after this. If anyone in chat, feels like joining, let me know, and I'll go that route, whether it's another BBM, a sprint, marathon, puppy. Happy to do any of those four. Just let me know. Tavian Wicks, yeah, I've taken him in some slows. Agreed. Definitely agree. I don't feel great about it because he burnt me so much last year, but no, I really was out on him until, this last week, essentially. But I've taken him in a couple slows. A little bit more in the 20-round format, just obviously cheaper, and less risk with going deeper in the roster. BBM? Yeah, I'll do a BBM. We got Who-Hames in here. Sup, fam? Hope you're doing well. Who-Hames caught some of your stream earlier. I know you're having some Underdog issues. Not sure if you're able to get that figured out or not. Hopefully so. Who-Hames and I will be doing a stream tomorrow on his channel, and then we'll be doing streams every week, recapping games on Tuesdays. So looking forward to that all throughout the year. This is a sprint. Did a BBM already. Did a couple of battle royales with Meg, and gonna do at least one more draft after this. And I'm trying to keep up with all my slows. They are something. So up in 2 picks. Uh, 2, 3, 5, 1. Haven't gotten the chance to stack Allen yet. I would not mind Palmer. I think that's the right call. Kincaid goes. So is Ferguson. I don't think I'm going to go Jaden Blue. This probably would be the build to do it, but I just... You know what? It is the build to do it. I don't have a ton of them, but I think this is, you know, I have 3 running backs I feel confident in. If he ends up being kind of a 0, it's not gonna kill this team. Can we still call them slows with 1 hour clocks or like less fast drafts? Yeah, especially when you still have a lot going on. Like I have a couple under 10 minutes here. So let's make some picks. Definitely the less fast drafts is a good apropos comment. Eddie saying Belichick first game not going so good. At least he has a 20-year-old girlfriend at home. How's that game going? I'm not watching, so feel free to put in chat. Don't understand why Palmer never got an ADP higher than 130s. He seemed like No, I've agreed. Like, you know, the Bills, there's nobody that you feel super confident in, but all of them will likely have their moments. And now their prices are crazy. I mean, Shakir even fell a little bit and honestly hasn't moved that much back up, and Coleman rose a little because of that, but it's not like to a crazy amount. And as mentioned before, I mean, other receivers got injured or more questionable. So I think they're both fine prices, and Palmer as well. Like, yeah, I'm with you. Like, I think I have the most at Coleman, but I think all 3 are super solid prices. 142 in regular drafts, it's more like 150. You know, I think he's a little higher in the sprint. $17-7. All right, I'm on the clock. Not great. I am going to take a Tesla shot because I feel good about my receivers in general. I have Jameson Williams, so it's like if Tesla gets a bigger role down the stretch and Detroit goes off, maybe he has a spike week in there. I think it hurts my advance rate some because I don't think I can trust him as well. But with those 6 other receivers, I didn't need like another like chaperone type receiver. I mean, I love Thielen, and he's probably just the better pick all around, but Tesla could just be a big spike week guy. So do I add a 3rd quarterback? I would like to. Daniel Jones goes. That's frustrating. I'm going to just pull up Aaron Rodgers. I do think he's starting all year. Like, I mean, I think Darnold is as well, but obviously Russ, you can't make the same case, and Flacco. You know, there's tight ends I can add to Aaron Rodgers with Jonnu, Pat Freiermuth. So I'll try and get one of those 2. Still looking at running back for a 5th running back, but there's some options here. Who do you wish you had more of? Who do you wish you had less of? That's a good question. More of, I think, let's see, there are a couple guys that I was a little late to the party with getting exposure to. Trying to think of a good name off the top of my head. Let me look at the board real quick, see if somebody jumps out at me. So more of probably someone in this range. Well, more of definitely Golden. Not that I was ever late, but earlier on I was mixing kind of Golden and Reed. Now that doesn't look good. I've been taking more Golden lately, and I'm above him than Reed. Another more of guy. Probably Charbonnet. I just, with the way I build, I don't take enough Charbonnet because that's a range where I'm likely taking a tight end, a quarterback, these receivers. But if anything happens to Kenneth Walker, I think Charbonnet is such a smash. As for less of, I'll do it after this pick. And boy, tight end flew off the board. I will take Chris Rodriguez, though. It's my last running back. As mentioned before, I think there's paths where he ends up being the guy. And I think he helps with advance rate a bit. And I'll probably just get 2 tight ends here. I might take Freiermuth first just to get the stack. Theo Johnson, I think he's healthy. We just haven't gotten a ton of clarification there. So even though it's a well ahead of ADP, let me just take the stack here. As for let's see, you asked who do I want less of? Looking. Well, early on, I'll say I don't have a ton. Like I mentioned before, I have, 5-6%. I just don't feel great about the Breece Hall situation because I got him. I want to take him some with the fall. Got him a little too much early, so I don't like him at the price I got him. I should say that. I guess if I was getting him now, I feel a little bit better about it. Another guy I wish I had less of. Trey Harris. I took him a lot early. Before the obviously before the Keenan Allen signing and before QJ seemed to have more of the role. So that would be another receiver. We got Chad in here. GM. Let's go. Yep. Last couple of days. Don't let Arthur Smith know you can draft up to 5 tight ends on Underdog. That is true. He will find a way to get them all. Charbonnet is, exactly. So I'm at like 4%. It's just tough. We got Fancy Dog in here, number 34 leg. Thank you for letting me know. Always appreciate that and reminding everyone. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate you as well, my friend. All right, up in 3 picks. If it's Gesicki's there, that's the easy click. It's not really another tight end I would take. So maybe I just stop it. Higbee, I guess. But I might pivot to another position if Gesicki goes. So we got Gesicki back. I think that makes sense. I also think he's got actually pretty decent spike week potential in that offense. So that's the end of the sprint. There was a call for BBM. Unless anyone says otherwise, I'm happy to go back to the BBM streets for this last draft. And I think it'll be the last draft of the night that I do, or at least on stream. I'll be definitely doing plenty off stream. And I'll probably only do a couple more BBMs. Now done 76. This will be 77. Maybe I'll do one or two more tonight or tomorrow. But probably not too many more of that. I want to focus more on sprint and marathon, even the puppy. Of course, other sites as well. Plenty more to draft for me. So we will enter another BBM. If anyone wants to join, we are going to enter in 10 seconds. And in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, enter. And looks like it's snap filled. So hopefully, no, looks like nobody else got in. So sorry about that. If you're trying, if you are in here, let me know. If not, hope I definitely am the one advancing. Catch up on a few of my slows as we were doing this. I got 16 BBMs, nice. Yeah, like you saw, I'm nowhere near, just over 50%. I mentioned this on the stream last night, like, and it all depends on how you want to split up your allocate your resources, money, all that kind of stuff. But I figured it out. Like, if you do half the BBMs, that's almost $1,900, and you could have entered basically everything from $3 to $20, not counting the puppies, which I do know is a significant amount, but that does count in regular contests, and not counting like badge rows. But that includes like the MMG, that includes all the Pomeranians, Chihuahuas, Schnauzers, German Shepherds, the $20 pit bull, the new $7 contest that was out, the pugs, all those. That's a lot. That's almost like 450 entries, something like that. So if you do want volume, that is one way to look at it. Of course, do what you want to do, feel what's best for you, but you don't want to spend a ton, and you want volume, like cut back on your BBM entries, enter those, and you can get a lot of tournaments out there. So I'm on the clock. I should probably pay attention. We got a Saquon fall. We'll take the Saquon fall. So that was an actually easy pick. Nice. How many more drafts are you doing, Chad? Move CMC to 101 rest of the cycle. Yeah, I mean, I'm slightly above field on them. Generally, I'm taking them for sure over Jefferson right now. So I'm taking them 6, 7 anytime I get the chance to. But yeah, I might pull him up even a couple more times, because he does just have the outcome being RB1, and just with all the other situation in San Francisco of their banged up weapons, all that kind of stuff. I want a good share. Is there some risk? Yes, but the upside is massive. All right. So up in 3 picks. We saw the Browns only had 2 RBs on the 53-man roster and make Quinshon a priority. He's saying up to be smashed at ADP later in the season. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm definitely still worried. I mean, I think did they add Rocket Sanders to the active roster? All right, I'm on the clock. You know what? Saquon Henry, was a winning combo last year. Why can't it be again? I'm still very questionable about the Quinchon thing. Not sure if anything's broken in the last couple hours, but the comments that were out today feel much more like agent speak versus team speak. Maybe the agent speak is correct, but it's like that report was at like 8 a.m. this morning, right? And if it's from the team, why haven't they signed them? It wouldn't shock me if it is truly close, like in the next couple of days, but I don't think he's playing early in the year or much early in the year. Chad, 2 more BBM, 7 DK millies, 2 DK 555 tickets. And there are some promos, at least that I saw. If you entered some 555s, you got some bonuses. So that's nice. Hopefully you could take advantage of that. Congrats. I have, I'll probably do a couple more BBMs. I'm going to do more sprints and marathons, a few more puppies. I think I have 7 DK millies myself, maybe 8. And I have about 7 drafters main as well that I'll need to be doing. So I'll definitely be drafting up until Thursday, I'm sure. But yeah, probably only 1 or 2 more BBMs, and then focusing on more marathon sprints down the stretch, as well as the DraftKings and Drafters contests. All right. We got 2 picks away. We got 2 running back start. We got the dynamic duo from last year, Saquon and Henry. Won't be taking Tyreek. Do I go elite quarterback if Allen is there? I'm going to do it. There's the week 17 situation with Saquon, but it feels good to have an elite quarterback, not going to lie, in the 3rd round. Like these other receivers, I think Kittle's fine, but would be slightly a few picks out of ADP. Adams is fine, again, out of ADP. So taking Allen or Lamar there in that early half always feels the best. Yeah, you have to do 4 555s for the promo. I've done 3 in the window with tickets, so I have to decide if it's worth buying the last. Way more than I wanted to toss in a single draft. Yeah, I get it, but I forget what the promo is, so I can't evaluate it for sure. But it's, if you got it 75% of the way, you gotta. It's not the same. Like, if you want to put in chat what the promo is, obviously if you had to do 4 of them, that's one thing, because I think it was like you get $100 back or in tickets, right? Something like that, maybe 200. But if it's only like you have to do 1 more, then I would. It's obviously a lot of money. I get it. Saquon and Henry is nowhere near as dynamic duo Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders. Yeah, that's what Jerry Jones thinks. If you're Brian Schottenheimer, you must be looking at your backfield like, what? What are we doing here? I'm on the clock. Yeah, Devontae. I don't know. Want Worthy. Is somebody I've been moving up, pulling up. It's not just the 6 games with Rice. I really think he could take over the number 1 receiver role on this team. His numbers down the stretch were as good as Rice's were his rookie year that everyone hypes up. We got Kramer in here, GM. Hope you're doing well, Kramer. we are doing another BBM. We did a sprint and a BBM earlier, did a couple Battle Royales earlier as well. So we are rolling away here, getting as much action in. It's the last few days of best ball summer. Jaden Blue is the only running back on Dallas that even has a shot at fantasy relevancy. I mean, so what I'll say is I worry about Blue's ability to generate touchdowns. Like he's could be very good in the passing game, could have some spike weeks. But if like one of Javonte and honestly, probably more Miles Sanders consolidates the goal line work, short yardage work, I do think the Dallas offense will generate enough. Hold on 1 second. Let me make a pick. Bring up Ricky Pearsall. Last year Rico only had 2 touchdowns, but also, Prescott was hurt. Like the offense in general took a massive hit. If Prescott's healthy, they should score a lot of points like that. If you look going back to 2000, Dallas, and it's been different coordinators. It's been same coach, but different coordinators. When Dak is healthy, Dallas is a top 5 offense. You look at the in and out splits between Dak's health and their production, and it's insane. So maybe they take a bit more of a step back with less running back talent, with less offensive line talent, but they also have more receiving talent than they've had in the last couple of years with adding Pickens. So, it could balance out. But I agree. That's why I have the most Sanders, just because he's free. But yeah, I don't like the Dallas backfield at all. All right, we are on the clock. I don't need Burrow. Rome or Golden? Way more Rome. Let me take Golden to bring back to Henry. I mean, Rome would be a bring back to Pearsall, so either way would have made sense. But I could use more Golden. I'm with my brother-in-law. I'm telling him that he needs to follow you to be a better fantasy player. His name is Noel. Can you say something that he doesn't know? Can you said something he doesn't know that I wrote this? All right. Well, I appreciate Triato. If I see Noel in chat, I'm happy to say hi. And no, I'm always happy to answer questions. Chad saying promos like $160 in tickets, so probably worth it just on that. And the other thing is, I guess I don't know. I truly haven't looked at what the 555 fill rate is, but I'm guessing there'll be some slight overlay. I mean, it might be, just 5%, but that would also increase your odds of getting a team through, because I know in the playoffs, I can't remember what it is. I haven't, I did 1.555. And that was what the last time they did promos. Because you got like 5 with that time, you did 1 and you got 5 $20 milli maker tickets. So I did then, but yeah, I mean, I figured there'd probably be a little overlay, so that also is probably a positive factor. Because I do remember if you advance, it's like, do you get 1,000? Like you almost double your money. Like it's not like you just get your money back. I mean, it's like 850 or something like that. I like Jacoby Myers, Caleb. They're fine, but I'll take Shakir if he's there for the stack. I want to balance him and Coleman out. When Shakir had that ankle sprain, I kind of jumped off of him. So I haven't taken him as much lately. Well, I've started to like last week again. But good luck, Chad, because those are definitely some big time tournaments. So hopefully you get some good value on your guys. All right, this team's coming together. Eddie, it's for the 555 on DK. If you did like, I think Chad said 4 of them, you get a bunch of tickets. So it's very high stakes. But he said he has got like 3 tickets. So it's like, does he do the 4th or not? I mean, I'm happy to be the devil on his shoulder saying yes, but I get it. All right, up in 1 pick. Caleb falling to 90 feels fun. I'm still a believer. So let's do it. I have a ton of them already, but why not? I'm right. Get great value, good third running back. Damn nice. Thanks. Yeah, I just don't like how outsized the exposures get on a draft or two. Yeah, no, I mean, I would just, I wouldn't want the same guys and I don't know if you've done more other than these 4, but all 4 of them, of course, but I'd definitely keep it guys that you want. Like it's the same when I did, the Huskies, the Dalmatians, all those. Like I'm getting my guys. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I don't want Adam Thielen in all of them, but do I have Adam Thielen in a greater percentage of those? Sure. Just because it's guys I trust. Very knowledgeable fantasy devil. Appreciate that. You did another draft, doing some drafters and another BBM. Maybe I'll do another. I can be convinced. Are you out on Mahomes with Worthy? I figured it made sense to Shakir. I considered it. It's just with an elite quarterback. I don't love taking another one before pick 100 just because like these. I've been, in fact, I wrote an article this past week. Somebody I want to get more of. It's Mahomes. I do believe in the offense again, but it's just one of those. Purdy just went, but it's one of those things like I reasonably should have gotten Purdy at 103, right? And I will go. Yeah, I'll go Mark Andrews. Get a good tight end. Another piece of the Baltimore offense. Because in my head, I kind of thought I'd get Purdy there, and so I figured, Alan Purdy is pretty damn good, but I totally get it. Yeah, drafters team with Bowers, Tyler Warren, Henry today, and should hit my flex. Yeah, it's even there are drafters teams where hitting the flex tight end actually works pretty well. Williams and I talked about that before, especially in super flex builds, but honestly in regular, it can work also because tight ends end up being undervalued a little bit in that. I just don't know. You don't want it to be too much. Jeff T saying, "Oh yeah, I didn't see Allen. My bad. Shakir makes sense. Yeah. If I didn't have Allen, I don't think I would have taken Shakir there. Might as well stream till midnight now. Don't know if I'm streaming till midnight, but I could do one more. I'll do one. You need to convince Art Smith that Caleb Johnson plays tight end. I mean, halfback, H-back. I think we can convince Arthur Smith of that. All right, Godwin, Mims, Kraft. I'll go Keenan Allen. I've been chasing him up the board, but it just makes sense to me. We know what Keenan can do. Even last year, his points per game, his production with Caleb, start off slow, but down the stretch, he got much better. I probably should check on some of these slow drafts because I'm under 3 minutes. But no, Mims consider that for sure, but Keenan Allen is, to me, a really strong pick in this range. Pretty damn good, I see you. Making finish touches to the form that will win us all nothing, Steve. I'll be the one winning us money. Well, good luck to you, Mike. Just got my first Jefferson team on drafters. Feels bad, but somebody got Barkley at 8. I mean, Jefferson on drafters, I think, is good. Again, remember it's full point PPR on drafters, so that helps the receivers for sure. Wide receiver 2 in Pittsburgh is Jonnu. I'm sure you realize that a lot of people can't fathom tight end playing good amount of snaps. No, I mean, I agree. Like, they're going to be in 2 tight end sets. They're going to be in some 3 tight end sets. And that's why I have more Jonnu than I've been taking Roman Wilson more. I take Freiermuth. It's just the prices are right on all those guys, right? Like, Jonnu goes around 15, 16, Freiermuth and Roman Wilson around 18. And I've said it before, Arthur Smith with Atlanta, that comparable of a couple of years ago, not only did, no second receiver stepped up. Let me make a pick here before I finish the thought. I'll go Jordan Love. Don't have a ton. Yeah, we'll go Jordan Love for a second quarterback. But that Arthur Smith team, where Drake London was good as a rookie, and then both Pitts and Jonnu finished as top 20 tight ends. I think they're like 14th and 17th. They threw 517 times, I believe it was. They threw 17 touchdowns because it was Desmond Ridder and Taylor Heineke, 2 guys who just got cut, by the way. Aaron Rodgers is going to do better than that. Even if he throws only 517 times, his production is going to be far better. A good comparable to how, attempts matter, of course. But, when the Thielen was traded to the Vikings and Panthers last year had 1 pass attempt difference. I want to say the Vikings had the extra pass attempt, but it honestly doesn't matter. The Vikings had over 1,000 more yards and 12 more touchdowns. So system and quarterback play matters a ton. That's why I'm okay with these Steelers prices. Even if Rodgers ends up throwing the least amount of attempts of his career, I don't believe that'll be the case. But even if it were, like, they're going to be very efficient attempts. And relative to what we saw with Atlanta a couple years ago. Finishing up a bunch of these first quarter drafts. Those are always a little different because I can't just always make the same snap calls on them. And we're on the clock here. You know what? I didn't get it in the last one that I did with Allen. Oh, I don't want to do 2 tight ends the same buy. My bad. Let's take Dylan Sampson. So this is the other issue that Judkins has is, Dylan Sampson was a highly touted 4th rounder. Many people thought he was like the 5th or 6th best running back in the class. You know, obviously he ended up being the 9th highest drafted running back, 10th, whatever it was. But there's talent there. He was very successful in the SEC. I think he's a good player. If Dylan Sampson starts the year hot, Judkins could have a tougher time getting his way back in. I know some people will push back on that, but I do think that's a reality. TCU up 27-7, just returned a kick to the house. Wow. I love John at his price. Oversold. Arthur Smith is an usual affinity. Yeah, no, he definitely does. Sorry, Otto. Didn't see. It was a run for 75 yards. Well, still, that is definitely not the start they're hoping for in Chapel Hill. And we are up in one. We are up now. Don't love this range. Ray Davis. I don't know if I want to double tap. I think I just will. Since I have Love, I originally in my head was considering Wicks as an 18th rounder, but I mean, look, Golden and Dubs are going to be the starters. Why get cute? So coming up, we have a 2-4-6-1, and you know, we'll might stop at 2 tight ends. We'll probably add on a third quarterback, even with an elite, but no guarantees. You think MHJ comes to life this year? You know, I think his price is fair. I like him back half of the third or early fourth. I think makes more sense. But he, not just the fact that he's son of a Hall of Fame receiver, but he was exceptionally good in college at Ohio State. Yes, he's not like the fastest guy, but he can be a big physical receiver. I think Cardinals need to do a better job utilizing him for sure. But yeah, I don't see why he can't. We talk about sophomore breakout receivers all the time. For some reason, there's a segment of people who don't think that it can happen with him. I don't know why. I'm going to take Brenton Strange. I just like him and very easily allows me to stop at 2 tight ends if I wish. But yeah, I mean, you know, yes, McBride's still there, but it's not like there's a ton of other options fighting for targets. I think Marvin Harrison, we could see like a 15% increase in his targets. One thing that there's been some coach speak about is utilizing him in like motion more, getting him some more easy routes. I think that would help him because that helps add a floor. We like when teams do that, even for their alphas. Like, you know, I mean, obviously guys like Lamb and Jefferson will get utilized in the slot some, and Chase, all of them. But their ability to not just get vertical, not just get the 15-yard outs, those types of plays, but getting those short, whether screens or 5-yard slants, and then whether they make more production out of them or not. An extra, couple extra 5-yard catches add up and can help bolster your stat line from just a good day to a great day. So yeah, I could absolutely see, Harrison Jr. just, paying off his ADP. I think late third is a very good range for him, and that's generally where he's going now. Hmm. I will take Rico on this team. Shipley, don't love handcuffing. So taking Rico mixes up the buys, gives me another floor play guy. Stop at running back there. Primarily focused on quarterback and receiver, but overall like this team. I typically operate in the notion when there's smoke, there's fire. To draft ahead of the news and ADP shifts, there's no smoke to suggest Quinchon is not far away. I mean, that's fair. We've heard it for 3 weeks, since the charges were dropped. We've heard that he'd be back. It hasn't happened yet. And look, if it is the best case scenario, like he signs tomorrow, they announce he's not going on the commissioner's exempt list, they're not going to suspend him, then yeah, he's probably only down and out for like 2 weeks. So maybe that's not enough of a runway for Sampson to take over the job, and it'll be no issues. That 100% could happen. But the longer it goes on, then even if there is no suspension, could push back, or commissioner's exempt list could push back the time that he is ready to play. So this extends another week or two. Maybe that's why, because they're still finishing up the investigation. Then why they haven't signed him. Then maybe Sampson has like 4 weeks to showcase himself, 5 weeks to showcase himself. I mean, I wasn't going to take a third tight end, but Zach Ertz 20 picks past ADP. Yeah, I think I'll do it. So, yeah, I mean, I've taken them in 1 or 2 slow drafts this week. A bit more on like the 20 round sites. When I say 1 or 2, it's a few more than that, but a bit more in the 20 round sites just because I'm taking at least 6 running backs on those sites. So there's more depth to cover any potential of an extended absence. So that's my take on it. But yeah, no, I could 100% be wrong. I see Swift, Pollard, and Kamara over Connor. I just don't get it. I mean, particularly in an underdog, I don't think Swift should be over Connor. I think Kamara makes a strong case over Connor. Pollard, I could see either way, to be honest. I like Connor a lot, though, and Kamara and Pollard. Swift, I don't. That's why I can't really defend Swift being over Connor, because I just don't see any touchdown upside, particularly in underdog. Now, maybe on a PPR site, Connor catches the ball decently well, but there would be a path under Ben Johnson where Swift could have 60 catches, 70 catches. It could be a lot of points on a full PPR site. But I just don't think he has the touchdown upside to really compete with Connor. And that's the thing. Like Connor will have, 35, 40 catches. Or at least can if he stays healthy. Take QJ. Just making a bet on the Chargers. Pass intact, gain 2 pieces of it. I might just stick it with 2 quarterbacks. Nothing really. Daniel Jones is there, but don't have any Colts. Yeah, I think I'll just stick with 2 quarterbacks. So I'm going to go running back or receiver for this last pick. I mean, Wicks, but I already have 2 guys. So Let's just see if there's a value. All right, what do we get? Steve, will Keon Coleman kill my bags this year? I have almost none. I tell myself no, but it scares me. Well, I mean, again, I think there's paths for him to be the guy. Hold on, let me make this pick. I'll go receiver. Let's go for a spike week guy, Donnie Mitchell, to bring back to Strange. You know, just as a tiebreaker. So that's the team. But let me go back to this. So, I mean, I have a decent share of Coleman, but you know, if he's not your guy, he's not your guy. I don't know if he kills you. I think he'll have multiple spike weeks. I think he can definitely pay off his ADP, but I don't think Coleman or any Bills receiver is just going to go out and be what, you know, Steph Diggs was, you know, in the past. Like, I don't think Coleman's going to be a top 15 wide receiver, top 12 wide receiver. So I don't think he kills you in that regard, but could he have like 4 20-point games? Yeah. You know, and I think that's live for any of the Bills guys, to be honest. We got Juan De La Torre. Lowell was this. Yes, that was a BBM. We got Chad saying he likes the team. I appreciate that. Hope it's going well. Steve, thoughts on Pacheco and Jordan Mason? Yeah, you know, early on, I wasn't taking any Pacheco. You know, they'd added Mitchell and Rashard Smith and brought back Hunt. But it looks like Pacheco is the guy, right? So, you know, I have been taking him some recently, but you know, I shouldn't just say recently, last few months, I've been taking a fair amount of Pacheco. And so I'm at about like 8% now, so we're about with the field. But early on, I had like 0 of them. Mason, I believe in what we're hearing, like he'll have the touchdown role, will be a split backfield. Jones will probably have more total yards. Jones will have more catches, of course, but Mason could just get there with touchdowns. So I'm at like 10% with them. I think both guys go at very fair prices, so that's why I'm taking them a fair amount. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. What's the word? Like, I would not have wanted to be like massively overweight on Mason. Had I been more overweight on Pacheco, I think I would have been fine with it. Like I said, I'll end up 8-9% on him. Mason 10 to 11%. That's about it. And yeah, I'm good with those numbers on those two. So I think they're both good. Pacheco maybe has the outcome to be like a top 10 running back, but more, I just think he's kind of a small win. Like he can be like top 15 back, and he goes, you know, much later than that. I think Pacheco would be great this year. Yeah, no, that's generally where I'm at. Does Neighbors Toe scare me? Not too much. I could worry about a slower start, but at the same time, he's just so talented. I think he will probably see a little less total or target percentage, but maybe more total targets just because their pass attack could be better this year. But the Neighbors Toe, you know, you don't love toe injuries. We have seen them nag before, but I'm not going to be overly worried for that. I'm right around 8%. So I'm just at the field. It's not going to kill me either way. But I think Neighbors has wide receiver 1 upside. So let's see. I'll do one more draft. You know, why not? This can be my last best ball focus stream. So let's do one more. Does anyone have a preference? Excuse me, my preference would probably be marathon, but I'll do one more BBM, puppy, or sprint, whatever people want. Let me know, put it in chat, and I will fire one more up. And yeah, it's crazy that we are near the end of the summer. Not just the summer, because honestly, you know, been drafting the big board since, you know, right around the Super Bowl, right? So it has been one hell of a run this year. Definitely did way more drafts than I've ever done before, but that's what I wanted to do. So I'm very happy to. I've been doing slows on the side, Eddie, and worried I missed a pick or two. Hopefully not. Says BBM. Chad says a sprint. Eddie asking how many drafts are you in? How many slows am I in? I'd have to count exactly. Looking forward to watching actual games. Yeah, me too. Reflect the Sun. Steve, good luck on your drafts. When do they shut down the BBM? So the BBM is probably going to finish. We actually had Brett in here earlier. He said their original estimate was Monday. It's obviously not going to fill today. I think it's either late tomorrow night or probably more likely Wednesday morning, and they'll be filled for the year. We got Mike Bolduc in here, him with the gritty. Are you doing any more drafters drafts? I think I have 7 more I need to do. So I'll do those. I'm not going to do those on stream, probably, you know, wait, 6 or maybe just 6 more I need to do. So yeah, I have a few more I need to do there. Might throw in a couple of the $3 as well. We're getting everyone mentioning Eddie, catch up for 5 minutes on slow so I can get closer to finishing this one and join in. Well, I'll riff a little bit on slows. So I've haven't checked drafters slows in a bit. Let's see where I'm at there. Here's my underdog slows. I've been catching up off stream. As you can see, I'm, you know, I still have a fair number of slows going, but this is much better than it was when, you know, a couple of days ago, I was over 200 underdog slows. Definitely better. Like when we got down to the hour clocks, I was over 200 slows. That was insane. I'm not going to lie. We'll do a slower 2 here to let Eddie catch up. And then I would probably do some multiple calls for like marathon and sprint. I think I would do one of those. Peanut Punch saying sprint or marathon. Like the Sun, of course, always. Jeff Cooley saying marathon. Paul saying no BBM. Yeah, I'll do sprint or marathon. Chad, I know he said I'd say sprint. I'm still rolling those. 7 more to max. 7 more to max the drafters main. I'm down for a sprint or a BBM. So most people are saying sprint. I think I'll do sprint. Eddie, let me know when you're ready. I'll make 1 or 2 more slow picks. But I'm actually caught up fairly well on this for the slows. Take DeAndre Hopkins there. All right. So yeah, I will do a sprint. Let's go over to sprint, and I will count it down, and hopefully a few of you can join. So give people a couple more seconds to get ready, and then I will count it down from 10. And yeah, we'll do the last draft of the stream, and really of this season that I'll do on stream. Definitely we'll be doing plenty more these next few days as we find, get ready for the start of the season. And then of course, once Resurrection hits, I'll be doing those both on stream and off. So Chad not joining, but we'll watch. Okay. All right. We'll do a sprint though. I will enter in 10 seconds. Entering 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, enter. And we have 4 more to go. So if anyone hasn't jumped in yet, it's still a little space. And hopefully this will fire up shortly. So, Chad, how many sprints are you getting down? I don't think you are in the marathon game, right? You're just doing sprints. Well, I appreciate you being in. Yeah, Chad usually streams in the morning, so I'm sure he'll let us know. So still 4 more to go. If it takes another minute, then I will put it out on like Twitter to fill it up. But usually it hasn't been, too tough to fill this last week, which has been nice. And it gives me an extra minute or two to do a couple more of these slows. Okay, waiting on 3, need 3 more. Doesn't go in a minute. I will add it to Twitter. Wow, 40-7 over TCU over UNC. Oof, not the good look. Had to plus more money. Well, appreciate you joining, Legion. I think around 25 sprints, no marathons. Gotcha. All right, let me put it out on Twitter. Just read. So hopefully we can get this filled shortly. And yeah, so I'm over 100 sprints now, over 100 marathons. Down to 2 now. Good. Drafts are going well. Let's say I've done 2 BBMs. This will be my second sprint. I did 2 battle royales earlier, so they've been going well. Appreciate you, Saul. Yeah, 2 more to go, and we are waiting. So we got it filled. It is nice. They are filling much faster now, and yes, we got some of you in here. We got Legion, we got Peanut Punch, we got Incredible. That is Eddie. All right, am I missing someone else? The 6 S's. I know I've seen them before. I feel like I've seen Toto 906 also. If anyone else is in here, let us know. But yeah, good luck. Hopefully 2 of us take it down and advance. I've not yet. I assume I still have a couple days to do that. I need to do that. I need to figure out who I will submit with. But no, it's cool that they got the a prize for that. So what's your name? Or were you just saying you're here to watch? But yeah, I do need to. There you go. Well, now you'll see how he's drafting. right, it goes Chase, Bijan, Barkley, Legion, and Peanut Punch up, and then my turn. So I'm up. They take Lamb and Gibbs, and we will get McCaffrey. Gotcha. This is actually a sprint, but gotcha. You are, in case you missed it, that's a good name. Oh, he has a high salary. Good to know. I like that name. All right, so Eddie's about up, and then Legion's guy in the Herzig contest. I feel like I've heard like somebody knows who that is, like in other streams, but I'm sorry if I don't have all the names memorized. So coming up, in a few. And we are seeing, some running backs pulled up. So Chase Brown at the turn, not a bad call actually to pull running backs up. I think that makes sense in this tournament, and also targeting a top offense like the Bengals. I can understand why you do that. Nice. Cool. Very cool. Well, I appreciate you joining us on YouTube, hanging out. This will be the last draft of the night. But no, this has been a good stream. Meg and I talked some DFS and Battle Royale earlier. Talked about our plans going forward. Don't think I'd go Bowers. I know it's not the most unique, but yeah, CMC JT feels like a lot of points. If they're healthy, those two backs could just be 1-2. Right. Let's catch up with a couple of these slow drafts. And drafted a share Waller in early playbook. Ask me anything. Yeah, I saw the report Waller could play week 1. I just don't know if I buy it. And if so, I would have to match. He's on like a snap count, right? Maybe not, but Dolphins need somebody to step up on offense. That's for sure. Okay, up in 3 picks. A couple different places I could go. All right. Just go Mike Evans. That feels a good start. I wanted a unique piece from Miami Indy Stack. Yeah, I get it. Bet if you finished up your slows on stream, you would make it till midnight. Oh, well, yeah, that would take some time. Anyone but Kyron. Yeah, early on, I was much more out on Kyron. Still not super high on him. It's fallen a little bit. So I take him some. Honestly, with the Stafford injury risk, I like Kyren a little bit better, to tell you the truth, just because I think they could rely on him a little bit more. But yeah, I'm not too bullish on Kyren. Up in 5. We will find something that we like. Probably going receiver here with Hurts gone now. I was kind of hoping Hurts would come back, but that did not occur. I think we're going to take either Adams or Pickens here. I will go Adams. The aforementioned Stafford injury risk, bit of a concern, but we've also seen Devontae Adams have a top 10 year with Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't think it's, his favorite thing to do, as we saw in the receiver show 2 years ago. But if that's the worst case scenario, we have Sean McVay still calling plays. We have Jimmy Garoppolo. It could be a lot worse. And we've seen Adams have success, with even O'Connell and, Gardner Minshew and all this stuff. So I still think Adams is, I get why he's falling back into the 40s. When we're taking him in the late 20s, that probably is a little too rich if Stafford misses significant time. But even if he were, I think Adams can easily pay off that ADP still. Yeah, I probably would have preferred Pickens, but he got snapped up right in front of me. So we could look at either running back, receiver here. Let's see what gets back to us. Come on. Yeah, Calvin Ridley. Welcome to the team. I am fairly bullish on Ridley and the Titans offense being pretty decent this year. Ridley last year had essentially the same number of points as Zay Flowers with the worst quarterback play in the league. I think that improves quite a bit this year. So, yeah, I could see him having some upside. All right. Got a little bit of a break here. So I do like having 3 starting backs. Not sure if this will work out on this team. But, in the sprint, I do think you want, your flex to be a running back as much as possible. Not just to advance, but of course in the final weeks. I think you can get more quality, consistent scores from the running backs. Well, I'm still a few picks away. I will look at a couple guys since I don't think anyone, with Eddie going, I don't think anyone else is in chat here. But I might just go another receiver. Oh, I went Adunze. Click Adunze. So, yeah, probably going receiver. As I just mentioned before, not super high in Swift. So, Debo, Adunze, Golden. I took Golden earlier. Let me take Adunze. That's my favorite of the 3. I don't think the Bears have the greatest playoff schedule, but I think it can be fine. Still locked out on UD. Damn. Have you tried reaching out to them? Boy, I would. I mean, it's a good thing you're not doing slow drafts because I would be furious right now. So yeah, hopefully you can get that figured out. I wonder what's going on. So asking, is this going to overlay? I do think both the sprint and marathon overlays, I mentioned before last year, the marathon had over 135,000 entries. So you wouldn't think it would overlay, but right now I think it's looking that way. And especially because last year there was a big push at the end. It didn't fill, but like I said, it had 135,000 entries. But last year the BBM filled like a week to go. So people had a lot of time to do these other drafts, where right now the BBM's still going, the puppy's still going. I don't know. I just don't know if people are going to throw as many drafts in this as one would have thought they would. We could go. I did Caleb Johnson in a similar situation before. Let me do Mason this time. And yeah, I like Mason over Aaron Jones in this format. If it was a full point PPR, I think Jones is, at least it's more even. Jeez, that is wild. Yeah, no, Huhines was on stream earlier and having a lot of issues, so hopefully he gets fixed. I wonder how widespread that is. Obviously, plenty of others are seemingly doing drafts, but can't imagine it's just Huhines. But hopefully it gets fixed. That would be annoying. So up in a few picks. And do need to take a quarterback at some point. I generally like elite. Obviously didn't get one. Don't have the greatest stack options, but we'll figure it out, obviously. Jeez, they keep tempting me with the fallen Caleb, right? I won't take Caleb. I'm going to take Mark Andrews. I don't think tight end carries as much value in the sprint format in general, but Mark Andrews, he finished 7th in points per game last year. Every other year from 2019 through 2023, he was top 4, including being first overall 1 year. Obviously, he got injured in some of those years and didn't necessarily finish that total ranking, but just that upside, spike week potential is as legit as it comes. And, yes, his targets were down last year, and he was even more reliant on touchdowns, but he's also just been a big touchdown guy his entire career. It's not like that was an outlier. So I'm not as overly worried about Mark Andrews, and especially to start the year. Likely he's banged up, and that's the type of thing that could linger. I have plenty of likely from earlier, so I hope it doesn't linger. But if it does, just makes Andrews a better all-around tight end. Fuck it, we'll do it live. Yeah. Hard to close out my Android. Yeah. No, I know it's his computer as well, so it's not just a phone app thing. I mean, I've had the phone app crash some big time before. I'm going to take Justin Fields in this. I don't have like major stack options, so taking a quarterback that you don't need to stack feels like a good call. Yeah, no, seriously. And, I know who Hames is trying everything, and hopefully they can figure it out, because that is so annoying in the final couple of days of best ball. We are coming back in a few. We'll take a look at what the rest of the board is doing. See, Legion is 2241, Peanut Punch is 0351, and Eddie is 2340. So we are entering the 10th round. So I am 1341. Right, up in 3 picks. And I'll go Kirk if he gets back to me. And he does not. You know what? I think I'm just going to stop at 2 tight ends, take Tucker Kraft. Andrews Kraft is nice. All right. Three solid quarterbacks, got to catch up everywhere else now. Yeah, I definitely need more help at quarterback. And I need to check out a couple slow drafts. These hour clocks on DraftKings and Underdog. You lose track of them sometimes. All right, almost up again. Probably want to get a quarterback. Don't like getting too boxed out at the position. Maybe it's somebody I backstack. McCarthy goes. I'll take Ramondre. So 1442. Let's strong running backs, you know, very strong to start receiver, but falling behind a little bit, and then pretty much done at tight end. So just focus on these three positions. Thought about not working Thursday and draft all day until start. Oh, I get it. I mean, particularly if you are on some of the other sites where there could be some more overlay. You know, DraftKings will probably have some overlay. I'm not sure where it's at now. It had about 90,000 to go, 80,000 to go maybe earlier. I know they've been running some little promos to help it. But I still think that doesn't fully fill. So that, and then I know you're doing drafters. That definitely is going to have overlay. And then like sprint and marathon for sure. So yeah. Ruhaim saying DK's at 810. Yeah, I mean, so maybe got 20K today, but it needed like 28K per day. So now it's going to need like 30K for the last couple of days. So I don't know. I don't know if it fills. I think it's going to get closer. I know yesterday we were thinking it might be like 50 to 60K overlay. Probably won't be there, but we'll see what's at. All right, let me make this pick and I'll get back to chat. Yeah. Good. I will go Trevor Lawrence. And we'll see if I can stack them up later. Sprint seems like a lock to overlay. Yeah, no, appreciate you joining, Jim. So yeah, that's the interesting thing. Like Sprint, it needs less total entries, slightly behind percentage wise. Like I did the math earlier, this a couple hours ago. The marathon needed like 2,600 more drafts to run. And the sprint was 2,100. So that's a lot. And this was, I don't know, 3 p.m., 2 p.m., somewhere around then. So that, I don't know what it's at right now, but yeah, over 2,000 drafts for both of those in the next essentially 3 days, less than 3 days. I could see them both overlaying. And as I mentioned before, I just think with BBM, it taking a little longer. I think most people who are doing all of them are focused on those. So they're just going to have less time. Like if they had 3 or 4 days to just throw entries, maybe it could fill. But yeah, I think it's going to be tough. We'll go Cedric Tillman. Debate between him and Palmer. Probably going to go 8 receivers, I'm imagining. But thanks for joining, Jim. Hope you are enjoying your drafting, doing well. Sure, you're ripping away at all these. Have you finished your BBMs? Wasn't able to get in near as many as I wanted. Yeah. Sometimes it's a time thing, and of course it is. Budget. I mean, we all have whatever our budget is, and as I mentioned before, that I'm doing essentially a little over half BBMs, but you could get a lot of you could do a bunch of high dollar ones, like all the Huskies, the Chow Chows, the Dalmatians for essentially the cost of half the BBMs, or you could do like basically everything $3 to $20. Not count puppies. Puppies are kind of their own animal, but so whether you wanted to do like instead of 75 BBMs, you could do like 40, entries above, like the 35 to 201 range, or you could do 450 smaller dollar ones, or some combo. So just a lot of ways you can approach it. BBM is fun. Obviously, it's exciting. Let's make a pick here. We'll go Pop Douglas. I mean, I think he's a very reasonable. This is another guy I've changed my priors on. Early on, I had him like ranked 200. Just didn't know if he'd be draftable. I thought he was maybe even a worse version of Wan'Dale Robinson. Now I think he's a better version of Wan'Dale Robinson. Probably because more touchdown upside, and just looks like he's a lock for that starting slot role. Earlier on, I wondered if, one of the second-year guys or, somebody else takes that role, but it doesn't look like anyone's taking it from him. So we're now caught up a little bit at receiver. So it's 2-4-6-2. Almost for sure stopping at 2 tight ends with Andrews and Kraft. And we'll figure it out from there. And let's see where we at on my slows. Pretty caught up. All right. Jim saying finish BBM, mostly done for the summer. Probably fit a few more sprints. Yeah. And if you don't know Jim, definitely great follow on Twitter. He won the Bulldog 2 years ago. Interesting thing about Jim's lineup, I know he has a post on Twitter, and I've seen it before. And but that was the year 2 years ago. The BBM winner won with Jordan Love, Jayden Reed stack. Jim won a smaller field with the number 1 quarterback, Lamar. I think I can't remember. I think you had me Likely or somebody. I can't remember who you had stacked with Lamar, but it's interesting. Lamar beat Jordan Love by 7-8 points that year. But sometimes we will take Rico Dowdle here. Actually, no, I don't want Rico. I'll do Pat Bryant. Yeah, I'm hoping he emerges late in the year. But no, it just, people always talk about finding the perfect, it's just weird. One of those things, if somebody told you Lamar's going to score the most points week 17 and it's going to be 6 to 8 points more than any other quarterback, you'd think, oh my God, you have to have him to win BBM. But the winner didn't have him. So it's just something that I find interesting, and Jim's lineup is a good reminder of that. It was still good enough to win tournaments for sure. But yeah, it's interesting for the biggest tournament. That's not what you needed. It just kind of shows there's no everyone always wants the perfect combos. I mean, look at Pat Crane's team. He had the top scoring quarterback, Tom Brady, but did not have the 40-point Mike Evans game. Kyle Siebert. I have Josh Allen, and I'm wondering if I should flex Shakir and Coleman, or should I just use Jacoby Myers or Ollie Gordon? I don't know if it's PPR or not. That would make a difference. I would probably go Coleman. Shakir will probably play. I don't know if you're asking to flex both of them, if you have 2 flex spots. If it's only one, I'd say Coleman. I don't think I'd flex both regardless. Let's make a pick here. And we're going to pull up Taj Brooks. I know sometimes you can get them later. I want a different buy. So, like I said, that whether it's full point PPR, I think Shakir's a little better in that format, but I think Coleman is a good pick. Ollie Gordon, it sounds like a chains playing, and Jacoby Myers, revenge game against the Patriots and all that, but that situation seems a little weird, to be honest. So I'd go Coleman. At 40% of a pre-draft for a reason. I don't know if he puts them all over the place. I think he's in the slot 100%, but I think Diggs is probably outside. I think Mac Hollins and Keyshawn Boutte and Kyle Williams are splitting the other outside snaps. But I do agree now with this. Like, he could have 100 receptions. I was just worried like the slot would be a rotational role, where now it looks like kind of the X receiver could be a rotational role. Diggs is in the Z, slot is Pop Douglas. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it now. And so, yeah, I think he's going to get a ton of targets because, yeah, we know McDaniels does, put together good seasons for his slot receivers. So quarterback got really, really picked over. I still not happy with myself for not getting a third quarterback. But that happens sometimes. So, yeah, I was just late to the party on Pop Douglas for sure. Build a team for the playoffs. I just got to hope it gets there. Great point. The winner also didn't have Devontae. Yeah. No, exactly. And I'll have to look at your lineup again. I can't remember who all you had. I mean, I know you had just an amazing lineup and had a big win. Half-point PPR. So, yeah, I'd probably go Coleman. Touchdown upside would be what I'd look at. Disbanded with the dot. Hope you're doing well, disbanded. Hope you're having a good night. And we are coming up on our last pick. Not loving this. We'll probably just tack on Dion. I don't know if I need 9th receiver. I mean, I might just do Joe Flacco, but don't love him by any stretch. 6 running back. Let's make this pick, and then we'll figure it out. All right, up in 1. So De'Ami Brown got taken. So I think I'll go running back. Just get some depth there at the position that, scores the most. Nobody I love to pull up. We'll just take some safety in Justice Hill. Definitely not my favorite sprint team by any stretch. 2 flex spots. Gotcha. So second one, I'd probably do Coleman, Jacoby Myers. I like Shakir, but he is coming off the injury. I could see him a little bit more limited. So I'd 2 spots. I'd do Coleman, Jacoby Myers, then Shakir, then probably Ollie Gordon. Steve, when you win the $2 million, where are we having the Fanspeak party? That's a good question. We'll figure that out. Hopefully I am winning the $2 million. I don't know if it's risky. I think it's a decent floor. Are there going to be weeks where both could hit? Absolutely. But I think it's more likely one or the other, which is, makes them a little tougher of a team. But my lean would be Coleman, Jacoby Myers. My running backs are Tootin Bill and the other guy you just talked about. Week 7 and 8 are going to be tough. Thanks, brother. Of course. I appreciate the questions. I will look at everyone's team, and we will get on out of here. If anyone else has any questions, feel free to ask. So, all right. We saw my team. Not a good team. I might have been paying the rake on this one. Who knows? Maybe Fields will stay healthy. He's never played a full year. So that could be a first for him. We got Legion, Paul in here, Lamar, Dak, Breece Hall, James Conner, Brian Robinson Jr., Ray Davis, Jerome Ford, DJ Giddens. So like, double anchor-ish type with, backup, clear backups. Yeah, that's solid, good RB build. Lamb, Golden, Addison, Shakir, Bateman, Keenan Allen, Torrey Horton, Troy Franklin. Really strong wide receiver room to start. Top 6 guys are seemingly strong and then some stacked. Plus Brock Bowers, Javian Sanders. That looks like a great tight end combo, especially early in the year with Coker being out. Then we got Peanut Punch in here. 3573. Herbert, McCarthy, Michael Penix, Gibbs, Marion Hampton, Ken Walker, Algier, Mitchell. So 3 starting running backs, then, Algier, one of the better backups, and then Mitchell kind of like that potential spike week or contingent back. A.J. Brown, Garrett Wilson, Debo, Juwan Jennings, Keon Coleman, and QJ, Alec Pierce. Yeah, like that wide receiver room, even if Jennings takes a little bit to get back, he's now falling some. That's good. QJ passed concussion protocol. I was kind of worried about that, so that's good for him. And Alec Pierce, Mr. Spike Week. Even with Daniel Jones, I think there's something there. Colson Loveland, Kyle Pitts, Hunter Henry, very strong tight end room. Yeah, early on, Hunter Henry could be the guy. Pitts is just such a wild card. I am taking him some. I don't want too much just because we know how much of fool's gold he can be. But it's hard to deny the upside potential for him. And then we got Eddie in here, 3573. Baker, Kyler, Brock Purdy. So we got 3 quarterbacks in the window, kind of back to back. And then let's see how he caught up everywhere else. Running backs, Henry, Cook, Pacheco, 3 starters, then taking the Judkins bet and Chris Rodriguez. Overall, I like that. And that's when you take the Judkins bet in my book is, week 7, maybe a little risky that if he's, suspended or anything like that. But otherwise, still, like you have 3 clear starters plus Rodriguez. That's when you take the bet on somebody like a Judkins who could be a tremendous pick, could be, suspended. We just don't know. But receiver-wise, BTJ, Marvin Harrison, Ricky Pearsall, Chris Godwin, Xavier Legette. Nice little balance there, like Legette and Thielen, who both should do more early on with the injury and suspension on their respective teams while Godwin is recovering. Hopkins, another guy to help fill in for Godwin. And yeah, when Godwin's back, dude was wide receiver 2 when he got injured last year. If he's back even 80%, you're talking a massive win where he's going. Dalton Kincaid, Jonnu, Tyler Higbee. Kincaid, he's not met his upside the last 2 years, but he's going the lowest he's been. And Eddie got him even later, pick 155. So nice value there. Jonnu, we talked about him before, good solid pick. And then, Higbee, particularly with guys with the early buys, maybe end of the year, like Ferguson eats into Higbee's role, but probably early on with Ferguson missing basically all of camp, most of the preseason. I think Higbee early on, I've been definitely taking him in like first quarter stuff. So yeah, good draft, guys. I definitely probably would lean on all 3 of your teams above mine. So hopefully 2 of you make it through. Yeah, no, you did take some of my quarterbacks. It's all good. Best of luck this year. I went from I'm definitely maxing BBM again to okay, I'll max BBM and a limb to oh my god, I've deposited a year's worth of rent since January. Well, good luck to you, Paul. Hopefully you get some good ROI. Eddie, sorry, Steve. Yeah, no, I already said that. It's okay. I trunk drafted 3 BBM 6s last night. Nice. We got Paul. Before you submit to Herzig, check out the Google Sheet. Yeah, I saw he did that. I will have to look at that. Wow, highest salary after the 5 BBM winners. Interesting. Say something inspiring. Well, I don't know if this is inspiring, but I generally feel good about this best ball season. I think try to give you the best advice possible, and hopefully we can all make some money. But we'll be back every week, basically every day. We'll have some sort of show on the Fanspeak network. So we appreciate all of you. Thank you for all the support, and we're just hopefully going to keep growing and crushing it. No, it's definitely not the end. And yes, best of luck to everyone. Long reign, Cam Scattaboo. Absolutely. What a way to close it. No, thank you guys for drafting. Hope everyone has a great night. Good luck with the rest of your drafts. You'll see me in the streets. You can obviously hit me up on Twitter, whatnot. And yeah, hope everyone has a great rest of the night. I will catch you next time. Peace.